Okay, you're out on YouTube. Let me just record going. Let me just catch up on getting people into the meeting room. Okay, we got 21 people in the room. That may be a record.
That might be a record, exactly, especially on Zoom. All right, welcome
Yeah,
everybody.
when you get to the public hearing, though, I think we'll need to see all the windows, but we'll go from
Okay.
there.
Perfect. January 11th, 2021, our virtual meeting for the planning board of the town of Rochester. Call to order. We will pledge to with screen share. I am holding the flag up. There we go. Can you see it both ways? There you go.
Yep, we can see it.
Perfect. All right. All in unison. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag of the United
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and justice
with
for all.
liberty and justice for all.
Brianna, roll call, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Here.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Here.
Mr. Williams,
Here.
Mr. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Pinsky,
Here.
Ms. Maloney.
Here. All right. Announcement and communications. So I am going to make a motion that we do have a January 25th workshop meeting. And what we would like to do, what I would like to do, and Rick was a bit in on this, and I mentioned it to Sam also, our duly anointed new vice chairman, bravo, is to review with the board somewhat our applicant onboarding process. So I'd like to have Brianna present how the whole process works going through code enforcement, her office, the forms that are used, the checklist that Mike provided in 2017. And I think we maybe could work to codify and accelerate the use of the planning consultant with various criteria. So it's a bit of a brainstorming session on how we process our applications so they can move more smoothly, and some of them are more complex. So that would be for the 25th. I'd also like to review at that point everything that we did for 2019, which we did do last year, and I'm going to invite Bruce and the members of there aren't very many left right now, but of the ZBA to come in and listen also, so we can maybe do that first, because we did speak about a little while ago sharing more communications between the two and doing an update of what we've been working on and done and what they've been working on and done. So yeah.
If you're going to do that, Mara, and we need to advertise that as a joint board meeting of the two boards.
Okay.
Okay.
Even if they just sit as members of the public?
We probably, because they're convened as a board, we probably should notice it as a joint board meeting, which is fine. We can do that.
Yep. So I'll make a motion first to have the workshop meeting on the 25th. Do I have a second?
I'll
The
second
question,
that.
who is Bruce? What Bruce? Bruce who?
Bruce
is the,
go ahead. Well, Bruce is the, did you nominate him as the head at this point?
He's the
Yes,
chair of the ZBA.
Okay, thank
He
you.
is the chair of the ZBA. Yes.
I'm pausing
Okay.
because I'm like, I didn't see if we did it officially or not. So he's the chair of the ZBA. And so we're trying to see a little bit more coordinating what they're working on, what we're working on, and doing an update maybe once every quarter, once a year, once every half year. So I thought we'd start out with that. And so second, I'd make a motion that we're convening a joint committee meeting between the ZBA and the planning board on January the 25th. Do I have a second to convene a joint meeting?
Second.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Abstain. Perfect.
Mara,
Training? Yes.
if you could reach out to him and just get his okay on that, just because we'll need to advertise that before their meeting which is, isn't until the 21st, their regular meeting. So I'm gonna have to get that ad out there sooner.
I'm making a note. I will do that immediately tomorrow morning.
Okay. He can call a meeting as the chair of the
Chair.
board. So as long as you get his okay to do it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Trainings, Brianna just presented yet more trainings. I think everybody, or I know everybody, did complete their training, some by the skin of the teeth for 2020. And here we are, a whole new year of trainings up in front of us. Action on the minutes. I did look over the workshop and the December 14th regular planning board meetings. I didn't see any problems. Anybody have any comments?
I didn't see anything out of bounds.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve both the December 14th regular meeting and the December 1st workshop meeting minutes. Have a
I'll
second?
second.
Second.
Perfect, all in
Okay.
favor?
Well,
Aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
And abstain. All right, application review. Our first review is, and I believe I did spell this wrong and corrected it because it was hard to read and spelled differently on our applications. It's planning board 2021-01 for a lot line improvement. For Matthew and Lauren, it's Beninsky, I believe, not Brinsky. And you can see up on the map, I have it there on screen share. Yeah, is a Beninsky here?
Yes, we're here.
Could you explain, welcome, and could you explain sort of an idea of what you're doing here for everybody?
Yes, we'd like to combine 3 lots that we own to help reduce requirements for setbacks in the future. And so we're just asking to permission to combine these 3 lots as shown on the map.
Perfect. Lot lines are nice. Could we just do lot lines? And out of curiosity, the reason why you want to reduce the setbacks is what plans do you have for the land, or?
Not to reduce setbacks, just to not have to worry about the property boundaries with regards to potential future septic.
Okay.
For a single family home.
Yeah, for a single family home.
Okay, so right now it's empty vacant land?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Anybody else on the board have any questions?
Not really, no.
Pinsky? You always
No.
Nope. All right, then I would make a motion. I was going to say, because at first we had the sketch plan that you needed to provide a full survey, but you have it here. So I would make a motion to certify the lot line improvement. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Second.
All right, all in favor? I mean, we should do a roll call now because it's hard to hear on Zoom. Brianna?
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Starofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
and Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
All right, so you are set for your lot line adjustment. You'll just have to get the copies of the map into the office and I can sign it and I will sign the certification. You will be good to go.
Great, thank you. Just one thing I wanted to note, just for the record, that the description mentions Cedar Road, but it's actually Cedar Drive.
It is Cedar Drive. Don't worry about that. It's the maps that count. That was me cutting and pasting too fast, but thank you.
Great, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next on,
Lauren, for Brianna, you should list Brian as absent on these votes because he still is a member until he's replaced. Thank you.
next on the list is Mr. Gunekow, if I'm probably killing it as usual, and Madalena
Yep.
for Planning Board 2020-10 subdivision. This is a 2-lot subdivision. You can see the map. I will blow it up maybe one more touch. Jason or Jeffrey, are you on?
Yeah, we're both here.
Okay, great. Any additions, comments, or whatever?
No, everything, nothing new.
Okay, perfect.
Aaron, I have one
Yes.
just comment or actually a question. And by the way, the applicants have done a really great job listening to the board and coming up with what's needed to get this done. I just have either a question or a suggestion. As I'm looking at the map, lot number 1, there's a stub road that comes off of Whitfield, which prior hooked into the gravel pit. And I think we discussed this 2 months ago. It doesn't appear on the map as anything more than just a dirt road. I think for completeness purposes, you need to indicate it as a real road connecting to the new house. Do you see what I'm talking about there? It's just a single line, which is an old dirt road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a driveway coming off that. I don't know that that's appropriate.
I agree, Rick. If you, Jason and Jeffrey, you might want to go back to your surveyor. You have 2 maps. For expedience, I didn't pull them back and forth. They're exactly the same. The only thing different is on one, and they're both the same date.
Right.
Is this, one shows the road properly, sort of as the width that the access road would be, because you want to show the sort of true width going in. And then this other one shows the wood road as a line. So you just need to make sure they use when they come with the final plan, the map that has the wood road as a real road that cars could go on, so to speak.
Okay, right.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else individually have any comments? Anne Marie, Sam,
Nope.
Zorian?
No,
Nope.
All right. Then I would make a motion to type this as an unlisted, uncoordinated seeker action. Do I have a second?
Second.
A roll call, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
yes,
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney,
Yes.
and Brian is absent.
All right. So as you can see up, I have the part 2 of the short environmental assessment form. And as you can see, look at that. It was pre-filled by Garanimals.
Lauren, if you can blow that up a little, it's really, yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So please, we can change this if members of the board are not in agreement. But first question, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? I said no impact. Will result in a change in the use or intensity of land? No impact. Will it impair the character or quality of the existing community? No to small. Will it have an impact on the environmental characteristics of a CEA? It is not in a CEA. Will it result in an adverse change in traffic or adversely affect infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkways? No or small. Will it cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No. Will it impact public or private water supplies? Small or no. Public or private wastewater treatment utilities? No or small. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historical, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No. Will it result in an adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, or fauna? No or small. Will it result in an increase in potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No or small. Will it create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? I said no or small. everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Then, based on the information analysis above and our supporting documentation, it will not result in a significant adverse environmental impact, thus a negative declaration. Also, so we need a roll call vote for a neg deck, is that correct? I never remember how many roll calls we need for seeker.
You need first you need a motion and a second, then you
Motion
need a
and
roll call
second,
vote.
exactly. I'll do a motion for a negative declaration based on the findings above. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Roll call,
Chair Lindstrom,
yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
And I will also note, I won't pull it up at this juncture, but we sent letters to the highway department, to the ECC, and to and to the HBC. The Historic Preservation Commission responded that it would have no impact to the home or the surrounding area. The same with the ECC. The ECC response did mention, I will pull it up, that we would only encourage the owners to replace any lost trees with native habitat, but that neither the Ulster County Habitat Core lands nor the steep slope lands appear to be risk of disturbance from the proposed construction if proper precautions are taken. And there do not appear to be wetlands or any ecologically sensitive areas on the property. So basically a no impact there. And the highway department mentioned that they would just have to have full driveway permits. So we're okay on questions. That goes through the basics there. I would like to open it for public hearing then for anybody who would like to speak, has any opinions, knows anything about the parcels here.
Lauren, if you could stop screen share for that so I can
Yep.
just see all the boxes.
There you
Perfect.
go.
And if anybody wants to speak, Maren, they can raise their hand. I believe it's *9. It's either *6 or *9, and I'm not sure which it is.
I think it's *6 on a phone. I don't know if it's *6
Okay.
on.
Yeah, no, it's *6 on a phone then. If anybody is in by phone, I don't think anybody is. At one point, there were people in on phone. There's one person in by phone.
Anybody that would like to speak about this application? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Should I get the gavel that,
They can raise their hand or they can note through chat.
I do not see anything coming in. See, here's my gavel that, Jerry gave me.
Look at that.
All right, I will make a motion then to close the public hearing. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstain.
Do we need to refer to you as Madam Speaker now with that gavel or what?
Oh, God, no. I would never have that many coordinated masks. She must have an entire house to keep masks. All right, I'm going to share screen again, if that works perfectly, and I will go to, I have a draft decision. I will blow this up. Whoop. Is that big enough for everybody to see? I guess everybody doesn't have to see. I'll read it anyway.
You go probably just a little bit bigger, maybe.
Yep. How's that?
That's pretty good.
Is that
You
pretty
know,
good?
just for an FYI, you can actually expand it individually if you need to. I just discovered that little feature.
Each of the screens.
Randall.
Are you gonna make
Yeah.
me blow? You're gonna make
If
me
you
blow
do-
this whole thing up?
If you just do the finger spreading thing you do on your phone or your iPad, it'll blow the whole thing up.
On yours, because you're on an iPad, not when you're on a dumb monitor like I am.
You got to get a smarter monitor.
All right. So this is decision Planning Board 2020-10 subdivision, minor subdivision for Jason Gwenicott. Am I saying your name correctly?
It's Geneva Co., but you would never
Geneva Co.
know that.
You're
There's no way
used to
for
it, I
anyone to
guess.
know that.
Geneva Co. Perfect. Geneva Co. Well, at least in this, I should do it correctly. For Jason Geneva Co. and Jeffrey Madalena. A conditional final approval. I will go directly to the findings. And for timing, we'll see how quickly I can read through. The planning board received a zoning referral and determination letter from minor subdivision, code enforcement officer. The applicant met with the planning board and presented the subdivision map for review. The board reviewed the proposed subdivision, requested additional map details, topography, ecological overlays, and the names of additional adjacent property owners and deed libel page to be added to the subdivision plat. It's in R2 zoning. It proposes subdivision of SBL 69 spot 1-1-2 spot 200, which is plus or minus 20 acres into two parcels, vaguely separated into 10 acres each. Current use is residential and woodlands. Lot 1, I think I have I'm wrong there. It should be lot 2 has an existing. Yep. Lot 2 has an existing family house. Has an existing single-family dwelling, well and septic. Town of Rochester R2 zoning districts are low-density residential districts. This district is intended to recognize and preserve the integrity of predominantly low-density rural residential areas of the town and protect them from incompatible uses. In the interior of the parcel, the lands to be subdivided contain steep slopes and Ulster County Habitat Corps lands / New York State DEC Hudson Valley Corps forest lands. As defined by the DEC, these are interior forest areas surrounded by at least 100-meter wide buffer of edge forest. Avoiding further fragmentation of core forests will help conserve the integrity and value of ecologically significant forest patches, quote. Upon review and in concurrence with written commentary from the Town of Rochester Environmental Conservation Commission, it was determined by the board that neither the steep slopes nor the core habitat appear to be at risk of disturbance. The ECC made comment that they would encourage the owner to replace any lost trees with native habitat. The suggestion shall be included in the conditions of approval. A portion of a shale quarry is found in the south-southwest boundary of the parcel. Proposed lot, change it to be correct. 1. The existing single-family dwelling on the parcel is listed on the Town of Rochester Historic Resources Inventory. The Town of Rochester Preservation Commission responded the subdivision will not have a negative impact on the historic character of the home or the area. It was determined to meet the requirements of unlisted seeker action. A negative deck was determined upon review. A public hearing was held. We reviewed if it has safe and legal access. The proposed lots do have adequate, greater or equal to 50-foot frontage on the town highway Whitfield Road. The board contacted the highway supervisor, who respectively responded that the proposed lots meet access requirements, but the driveway permits would be required for any and all new access to town highways.
Maren, that should be highway
I
superintendent.
know, you know what? I fixed it on one and I was thinking as I said it. Spelled incorrectly. Maybe that's why I don't do it. I can't spell superintendent. The proposed access for the new lot 1 is via connection of the driveway to the town highway through an existing disused woods road. Parcel is an R2 zoning. We concluded that they meet or exceed the bulk standard requirements for an R2. We reviewed if they could support water and septic. We received a New York State Department of Health permit for the new lot 1. Waste disposal system. The board requested the final site plan show corrected access, ingress, egress details for the proposed lot 1. The draft findings were prepared by the chairman and were read and discussed in the planning board. Anybody have anything else to add, or did I cover everything there?
I have a question. Just because the lot 1 and 2 were reversed, I'm wondering if in the first statement up on this letter, if the acreage is correct too, because I think it lists the acreage.
Oh, that is a very,
I'm not
Yep.
sure.
you're right. Lot 2 should be the 9. Lot 2 is the 9 and lot 1 is the 10. So
Okay,
I was
sorry.
correct. I was correct there, but not correct when thank you for checking that. I always think of the new lot as being 2, just because it's
Yeah.
the next thing. Very good point. Anything else that anybody can think of that I did not miss?
Maren, should you check? Normally you put the lots in the header too. Are they in the way up top on the first page? Before the findings? Just make sure they're not backwards there too.
We just had 2 lot subdivision in that.
Okay,
So that's
never mind.
okay. Right, it was only when I got, yeah, that's a good. All right, should I have a motion to adopt the findings then, that we've corrected?
I move to adopt the findings as corrected.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second that.
Let's do a roll call, please, Brianna.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yep,
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones,
Mr.
Yes.
Jones,
Mr. Pinsky,
Unmute.
Yes.
and Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
all right, then thus resolved, the Town of Rochester Planning Board grants minor subdivision conditional final approval, printing the subdivision of land situated at 412 Whitfield, Accord, New York. The subdivision plan dated October 18th, 2021 is approved with the following conditions. All fees should be paid in full. The applicant shall present a final plat for signature. So this is some work for you guys. The following plat note shall be included on the recorded final plat map. 1, any further subdivision shall be treated as a major subdivision under Tor Subdivision Law 125. And 2, the subdivision shall adhere to Tor Subdivision Law 125-21 and 22 general site requirements and subdivision design, specifically 125-22-8, that is having to do with protecting as much of the woodlands as you can. And also the parcel deed library and page for the properties located across Whitfield Road need to be added. Your surveyor engineer added the names of the people, but they did not add the library and page. So those need to be added.
But he
Final
did
plat-
it.
We actually had him at it. I think Brianna, you got the corrected ones, right?
Yeah, they should be up there.
All
Because
right.
that came up in the last meeting, so we had it added.
Yeah, exactly. And when I think I can't had up, you are right. You are totally right. That's perfect. We can leave it on there and it's just already fulfilled. Or I can.
Okay.
You are right. So they did add that on this one. That's why going back and forth between the one that had the road and the one that didn't, but it's the same date. Let me correct that. The final plat shall show the proposed location of septic well access. That is on there. That is fine. We'll just fix the access there. If it's already fulfilled, you can still leave it here. The applicant is encouraged to replace any lost trees with native habitat and discouraged from disturbing the steep slopes and the habitat core forest lands existing in the rear of the proposed lots. All required local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future use of these lands, specifically local driveway permits. This conditional final approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chairman, and that may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and resolution by the planning board. Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants minor subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of lands upon satisfactory completion of the conditions of approval 1 through 4. And that should probably be 1 through 3 on this, because we cannot prove that you replace any lost trees until you do something. And grants the authority to the chairman to certify that the conditions have been met, and review, sign, and date the plat without any further resolution at such time. Anything else that anybody caught here? All right, the effect of the approval, the owner shall file in the office of Ulster County Clerk such approved plat bearing the chairman's signature and other related documents within 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance to New York State Town Law 276. And you shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the filed plat and any other related documents to the planning board within 30 days of such filing. So do I have a motion to adopt the conditional approval?
I'll make that motion.
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 Bam.
All right,
Your
roll call, Brianna, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Zarowski,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
and Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
All right, you guys have your approval with some couple more map features to finish, but nothing major. And thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Next on the docket is the Williams subdivision. I believe this is our most recent. I'm gonna lose a little bit of the map there. To remind everybody, we did do seeker already here as an unlisted coordinated due to the fact that we had the ZBA also doing a determination in tandem. And we had a negative declaration December 14th. Also, we did get responses from the ECC, HPC, DEC, and SHPO, all of which gave a no impact determination. Nadine, I think I saw your name there. Do you have anything to add?
No. Hi, everybody. Happy New
Hi.
Year. Yeah, I think that's pretty much up to speed. I know that we've addressed some of the additional information you wanted on the plan that was submitted last time.
We also got, I forgot to say, we also got the building permit because, we had spoken of looking how they could do this application in parallel, whereby they're looking for an area variance and a use variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. And at the same time, we could potentially have 2 optionalities. One, if they get the area variance and the use variance, then we say, yes, the subdivision can be done. Or if they get the area variance and a certificate of occupancy, because the difficulty here is you have a garage/barn workspace that has been built as an accessory structure without having a primary structure, hence the use variance.
We have an update on that as well. The applicant put in a amended building permit. So the permit for that structure has been changed to a residence. So there is no longer an application for a garage, an accessory structure. It is going to be the residence. So they
Right.
have a building permit was issued for that. So variance, and we've had an updated determination from the planning board, from the building department, which you guys should have a copy.
Yep.
Okay, so a use variance is no longer required, but we are still seeking the area variance.
So I did not see from an update from the CEO. You did see that the permit is granted to convert the garage to a residence.
Maren, it's in Google Drive. It's 125, or sorry, 1/5/2021, and it says Williams revised to letter and zoning permit to planning board.
So there, I have blown up too big. One single family dwelling, 180,000 square feet with a 1,000 square foot detached garage and 2 small sheds. Home is served a gravel driveway, on-site septic, that's the existing use, and they're going to create 1 additional residential building lot for 2-lot subdivision. Access stripped new lot will encroach on the side yard setback of existing garage. All right, so we have that. Anybody have comment from the board? Zorian, Anne Marie, Sam, Patrick?
No, it looks like they cleaned it up.
The
I'm
lack
fine.
of a use variance is helpful. Then let's open up the public hearing and see if we did receive let's open up the public hearing, see what anybody has to say. We did receive, and I did a copy of it. It was a little hard to understand. To whom it may concern, I've received 2 letters from the town of Rochester concerning an application for a variance on the property owned by Craig and Allison Williams. She's opposed to any decision on this matter for several reasons. Do both letters address the same issue? There needs to be further clarification of the intent of the property owners. Hopefully she's on right now so she can see what the intent is. And there's no map provided to indicate the properties involved and again, the intent of the property owners. Since a map is required for a permit, I would think a map should be included for the purpose of the variance. And then she finds it ironic the town of Rochester sends a notice requesting a variance when it clearly fails to enforce existing ordinances, for example, the junkyard on the Very Shame Road. That's from Linda Wurst at 517 Old Kings Highway. So hopefully she is on, and so this could clear up some of it to see what the variance and the why they're coming for the planning board. And then I will open it up to the members of the public. I will stop share, Mike. And is there anybody that has any commentary on this application? Crickets? Anybody on the phone? Through chat? All right, going once, going twice, going 3 times. I like to use Jerry's gavel. All right, I make a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against?
Okay.
And abstain.
Why, but yeah. Yeah.
Rick, you're muted.
Yeah, I keep letting you back in.
All right, so I do not have a decision on this, if the Williams are here or for Nadine, because I did not see the changed zoning letter. And also,
I don't know.
we needed to get a letter back as it was standing, or
Okay.
from a decision from the county. So this I did not write anything up because we had to wait for what the
Yeah,
county.
it probably upgraded something.
And now at this juncture,
Okay.
Are we past the time frame for the county to put in comment?
no, we're not past the 31 days.
This is like our 3rd month. This went out to the county quite a while ago.
Maren, this wasn't referred to the county because you decided it didn't need to be.
Oh, right. The referral form was there because I sent it to them for comment. It wasn't referred, and I put the referral in.
Got it.
because I didn't know if that's what they needed or not. I think we talked about that last month,
I
actually.
think maybe we did. And so,
So the decision, I mean, the condition with the use variance, if that condition's already in there, we can definitely address that. But
well, if there is no longer a use variance needed, because, so construction has begun, correct? Or there is a garage or that exists?
so right now, there is not a garage. It is a dwelling that's under construction. Everything's been amended. And, if you still want to leave it in there, that, conditioned on the CO, that's your prerogative, but the permit has been changed, the plans have been changed, and the construction continues as a single family residence. So there is no use.
I thought there was already something when you looked at the plans that had been, I mean, I haven't walked onto their property and.
Yep, no, there's definitely a building under construction, and the original permit was for a garage, and that has since been amended to a residence. The plans were changed for this structure. The outside dimensions still the same, and the inside is now to be finished as a home.
So I'd like to put this forward to the board and see what their opinion is. Just to assure that this is built as a primary residence. I think that the sort of springing certificate of occupancy that the code enforcement goes in and says, yep, this is a residence, is probably good, that we didn't let someone do something without needing a use variance. Does anybody else have an opinion?
I guess my only thought would be is the garage that's being attached to it is lesser in size than the residence.
And there's a problem with that?
No, not really. That was just a question.
I think the bigger problem is you say you get a building permit to make it, because obviously a residence needs bathrooms and insulation and such, and to make sure that this does become a residence, I would probably stick with our current clause.
Hey, Maren,
Yeah,
Mary Lou wanted me to tell you, she, for some reason, she continues to get kicked off. So she may or may not be on at various times of the meeting. I'm just letting you know.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think keeping having a CO for this now converted residence makes sense, just because the way the permit reads, it's conversion of a garage to a residence. So it's like the logic of it is there exists a garage which is being changed. So I think having the CO makes sense.
So I think Nadine will keep it at that. There's couple notes.
That's fine. That's fine, because right, they'll either submit that or they'll get the use variance, but that's fine. I just wanted to update you on the route this was going, and
I did see that you changed the building permit. I didn't see the new zoning permit. I apologize, that was in there.
That's okay.
And there'll be a couple map notes that are relatively standard. One that any further subdivision will be considered a major subdivision, which is standard. And then also, since there's a flag lot, you can only have a total of 3 lots off of this lot. So you already have 2. So in theory, you could have 1 more lot.
And then a note referring, there is some small habitat core, and we can't regulate the use of that at this point, but to indicate that our preference is that it not be disturbed, as we've done with every other
Exactly.
property with habitat core.
And I'm making it standard. Thank you, Rick, that you need to respect 125-21 and 22, and I will call out the, I believe it is 7 or 8, to leave habitat core and valuable habitat untouched if possible.
So can we go through the conditions now?
No, because I don't have any of it prepared. So the best that we could do is add this on to the workshop meeting, but
Do we need to close the public hearing or did we do that
yes.
already?
Oh, I closed it.
Oh, okay.
That was my gavel strike.
Okay.
Martin, there does need to be a motion in a second to close it, though.
Yeah, we didn't do
You
that.
didn't do that? All
That's what I
right.
thought.
So
Can we give
there
a-
was a motion in a second.
Yeah, there was a motion in a second.
It
We did
was, it was Marin and it was Anne Marie.
Okay.
So there, guys.
Thank you, Brianna.
So that's sort of the end of that, Nadine. What would the board think if we did this quickly at the beginning of our workshop, the decision?
As long as it's quick, because we have a lot to do in that workshop meeting. So if this is just in your mind, Chair, pro forma, and we'll go through it and get it out of the way.
We've discussed the sort of funky conditions, so it should be pro forma. The
So let's do
longest
it
part-
then.
So let's do it then.
I'll make a motion and see if the rest of the board agrees.
Second it. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against and abstain.
When
So-
is that?
The 25th, Nadine, at 6:30.
Is there a chance that we'd have the ZBA area variance by then? Because their meeting is prior to that, right?
They meet on the 21st, Sam, so yes, it's a
We could.
possibility.
Which would be helpful because then we could drop that from the pros of conditions.
Is there any way that I can get a draft of what the conditions and these map notes are prior to that meeting?
We'll see. Is that an answer?
Well, we'd like to, get anything changed that we can. I mean, it could still be a condition, but, if we can finish this up.
Nadine, I feel relatively confident we can finish it up on the 25th. We don't have any, I just met the conditions that might be somewhat different. I just sort of ran through them there. I will try to get to this as quickly as possible, but as you can see, we have a pretty thick docket and but I think getting to this on the 25th is pretty quick and we can run through any changes in conditionality at that time. Anybody in the board have a differing opinion there?
No, that's how I feel about it.
I might just add that, Nadine, if you're trying to just get the maps and stuff ready, those map notes are pretty standard from other decisions too. So you could look at other decisions for the map notes.
I don't have access to other decisions.
Well, Nadine, I can get you the map note part of it, but it's somewhat irrelevant because the map looks quite done and sufficient here, and just needs to add some map notes that could probably be, done the 26th, and it doesn't really speed anything along. So I think we're done here, guys. Let's move on to our next application.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. All right, the next application is for American Tower Corp. And I don't even know, why don't we do this as the picture? Maybe we'll go back to, so this is for the swapping out of 6 antennas, basically swapping out some of the infrastructure for new infrastructure, adding surge protectors. There's no change to the footprint. And this is a type B action by code, which is considered, replacement, alteration, or modification of existing transmission equipment or a telecommunication structure, or the co-location of transmission equipment on an existing wireless telecommunications facility, which constitutes an eligible facilities request action as defined by the FCC. And the site is at 6140 Route 209. That's the Sandpit Solar installation, so it's on the town grounds. We did seeker and we typed it as an unlisted, no, we typed it as unlisted, uncoordinated last meeting. We haven't done actual seeker. And I asked, or we asked, that a copy of the lease and the certificate to the town about the emission levels be provided. That came in at 6:30, so we have not had a chance to review any of that. So,
Lauren, did you receive the county planning board's reply back?
and we did not receive the county planning board reply either.
I
So
can
that's,
tell you it was a no county impact, but until you receive it, it's not official. So.
exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Anybody else have any comment?
No, not really. It's just it's technically a swap out of equipment that's already there.
And I just wanted to get the emission study to make sure that, the new equipment won't have everybody grow 17 arms. And Allison, are you there? Do you have any further comment?
Nope, I'm here. It usually takes a couple of weeks to get that emissions study, so I really tried to push them to get it at least by today. So I know we did get it in under the wire, but in that report you should see that there's, no one's going to get barbecued.
Perfect. That's what we're looking for. Anybody have any other commentary? Should we open for public hearing? Oh, actually, should we do the actual seeker? Because I keep forgetting we just typed it.
So what that letter says? Essentially the same, or?
Zorian, I don't know. It came at 6:30. We're gonna have to read and look at it.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
At 6:30, I am not talented enough to read through an entire electromechanical and emissions report in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So this would be our.
All right, but
Yes.
So how would we go through this list if we don't know what's written there?
So with the emissions report, in the basic, the overview is that it does state that the site will be in compliance with the FCC MPE limits, and that this site is in compliance with the FCC MPE limits.
And what Allison just said there is pretty much exactly all that we require, that they make the testimony that will be within the limits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
This is largely controlled out of our hands, except at the initial installation of a tower site. Then we have location and aesthetics, etc. So what Allison just said is pretty much covers that. If it's within the limits, then we're okay with it. All right. Will the action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? No. Will it result in a change in the use or intensity of land? No. Will it impair the character or quality of the existing community? No. In fact, it's probably better because they're fixing some things. But the impact on the environmental characteristics of a CEA? No. Will it result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit? No, we do not have a walkway through there. Will it cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonable, available conservation or renewable energy opportunities? Small impact at most. Will it impact public-private water supplies? No. Wastewater treatment? No. Will it impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? The tower is already there, so no. Will it result in adverse change in natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora and fauna? Again, no, because essentially little is changing. Increase in potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage or problems? No. Will be a hazard to environmental resources or human health? So that would be the one, Zorian, where we could say a moderate or large impact, but if they're within the limits as prescribed, then we say small impact at best. So I would say, based on the information analysis above, and the supporting document that was just provided. The proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts, hence a negative declaration. Any commentary before I make a motion for a negative deck?
Oh,
Then I make a motion for a negative deck. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in roll call, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
and Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
So there is your overall site plan. Then I would open the public hearing at this juncture. I will stop my screen sharing. And is there anybody that would care to comment on this application? We are low comment on our applications today. Anybody on the phone, chat, otherwise? All right, gavel. I make a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Abstain. Okay. So Allison, as you well know, as you have done these before, we have 90 days to give you a decision. I think by then we should have the Ulster County Planning Board official decision, and we should be able to have a decision for you at the next meeting. Does that work?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you very much, and we will see you in February.
Thank you.
Next is Chad Burns. This is Planning Board 2020-07 for a 4-lot minor subdivision. As I find it, Terry, are you there?
I'm here.
Terry Ringler.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. We can hear you. So as the board remembers, we asked for some additional items to be put on the map. This might be, I can increase it if you want. One was the topography, which is there. If you need me to, there's your, maybe you can see it.
Is that
Yeah,
map?
Pardon?
Is that map on a drive? On a drive?
That
I
map
didn't
is
see
on,
anything new there.
this is on the drive, and it's 12/28/20 final layout Burns. Zorian, you had requested that they put the septic not close to each other, and Terry, you mentioned that once you had done the test wells and test pits, and that you would, and so the septic is where the pits are now. So for lot 1 and 2, Zorian, the septic has been moved to actual septic. And then in the back, let's see if I can do this for everybody that's there. You can see the line of the stream buffer there. That's your 100-foot stream buffer from the Bacchus Creek. And you can see where the well and the dwelling is a good, Terry, what would you say, 250 feet from the stream? It's
I can, the well on lot 4 from the stream.
the proposed dwelling is a solid 300 feet, if not more, because it goes downhill. It's probably even more.
It's the proposed building is 169 feet from the edge of the stream.
Perfect. So, and it's adequately away from we have the stream box. Basically, we don't have to worry that we are building near the stream here. Is there anybody individual? Is there any other comments, observations? Rick?
No, I'm fine with it.
Zorian?
Okay, and I didn't see that map, unfortunately. Okay, I
Did you find it?
downloaded it earlier, but yeah, I found it in a drive, but I was there a few days ago, so it probably was put recently.
I've
Patrick,
looked it over. I don't see anything objectionable to it.
Anne Marie? Anne Marie, any commentary? I will take silence as a no. And Sam, anything?
Nothing here.
Okay. Then I would like to type this as an unlisted, uncoordinated seeker.
Hey,
Do I have a
Martin, it looks like we lost Anne Marie, so
Okay.
so that's noted in the minutes.
That's because I finally got everything working. So Anne Marie had to,
We
it's
have
like musical chairs.
we have just enough bandwidth for a certain number of people. And so when one comes on, one has to drop off. It is like musical chairs. So duly noted that Anne Marie has fallen out of, I will be very happy when we are out of the Zoom universe. And hopefully she will be back soon.
Hopefully we won't fall in and out of reality.
Exactly.
We're already there.
Yeah, we're out of reality.
So I would like to type this as a, oh, I didn't do that. There we go. A unlisted, uncoordinated act for seeker. Do I have a second?
Second.
And could we do a roll call for that, please?
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney. She back yet? No. Okay.
Is absent or fallen off?
No, she should just list her as absent until we get her back.
Yeah, that's what I
Yep.
did. So
Yep.
We don't have a criteria fallen off of Zoom. Okay. All right. So for our short environmental assessment form, part 2, impact assessment, will the proposed action create a material conflict with adopted land use, plan, or zoning regulation? No. Change of use or intensity? Small. Impair the character of the community? No. Or small. Is it in a CA? No. Change traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit? No or small. Use of energy? No or small. Impact public-private water supplies? No or small. Wastewater treatment utilities? No or small. Character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, aesthetic resources? No. Adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora and fauna? Small impact. Will result in increase for potential for erosion, flooding, drainage problems? That would be no or small. Would it create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? No. Thus, I would say this would be based on the information analysis above and our supporting documents. It will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts, and thus a negative declaration. So do I have a motion for a negative deck unless anybody has anything else here?
I'll make the motion for a negative deck.
Second?
Second.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yep.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky, I'm sorry, Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
Oh, she's back.
She's back. She came back in the middle of that, reading that.
So, Terry, do you have any further comments?
No, I think we're pretty well set.
Okay, I had two quick comments before we go to public hearing and an eventual decision. If you look at this graphic, which looks like nothing to most of everybody, the black squiggly line I drew on, this is the plot in question. This is from the New York State DEC Natural Resources Mapper, and they have a map of forest quality, and purple is the best quality forest that we have. So it should be noted that this is in good quality forested woodlands. And the hatched part in the back, these are core matrix forests that you have a large continual forest land that is obviously good for flora, fauna of all sizes and shapes. And this area also was identified, especially in this back core area, that it is a habitat for threatened or rare, that's not endangered, but threatened or rare terrestrial species that might be turtles and such, because of it was not specified, but the DEC did say that this was a habitat species. And you see in the very back, the dark line and the dark blue line and the light shows your wetland reach and your stream bed, stream bank. So that's what Rick identified and had the setback put on to the stream, just so you know. So there is some sensitive flora fauna, because we're getting quite woodsy and quite on the edge of the Catskill State Park here. And then I added, this is a picture, it's hard to see of this is the plot. If you see that little, if you can see my cursor, that's right across the street from one of the entrances of the new driveways. Down here where my cursor is, that is the driveway that goes along lot 1 to a parcel that the owner also has in back here. And I circled the red. This is the Mombacus Creek that goes close. You can see it's very steep here going in the back. Terry, I don't know if you calculated it. I cupped it, like it's very steep, but it appears there's no disturbance in those lands close to the creek or in the very steep lands. If you look at the open area here, that's where, correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, that's where the proposed house and septic etc. of lot 4 is to go, correct? Terry. We are losing everybody.
Anne Marie took his chair.
Anne Marie took his chair, exactly.
I did. I got thrown off. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, apparently we lost Terry.
We lost Terry. So if you look here on the final layout that he drew, and you can see the topo and you can see how much it slopes. The slope is very severe in the back at the very edge, but it's really in either the stream buffer or the yard setback that has to be there, where they're proposing the dwelling is, this is already clear up on the hill here. So I just wanted some of that to be put forward in case anybody has any commentary in the public hearing. Any comments from the board on this?
Yeah, only that, that information you provided is really interesting. And the DEC, yeah, I think you used the words contiguous quality forests. And in the Natural Heritage Plan, I don't know whether that was adopted by the town board. It was delayed because of a religious holiday, that public hearing. But anyway, one of the things that the Natural Heritage Plans asked or suggested is that the planning board attempt to preserve as much of this quality contiguous forest. It's one thing to have forest, but if it's all broken up, it's kind of useless.
Exactly.
So maybe we can ask Terry / applicant some pledge to only disturb where the driveways have to go in, and the house and the septic, as opposed to any kind of wholesale clear cutting.
I would agree with that. And in the draft, I pointed out those elements of our subdivision design. Rick, I like that idea. I also think if you look where lot 2 and lot 1, the houses are relatively forward and the core forest is really along the back.
Yep.
So except for lot 4, it is being kept relatively well out of the core forest lands, and the proposed lot 4, they already cleared it. So I guess that would be a different point for lot 4 because it's close to the creek, close to the steep slopes, but it's already been cleared ages ago if you go through.
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Yep.
Just because I just looked through, doesn't look like Terry's back on. Terry, if I'm wrong, like say hi. Maybe we want to table this. You're having good discussion, but the representative's not here to hear it.
That's a
So-
good point. I keep thinking like he
No,
fell
why
off,
don't-
but he's
Lauren,
hearing it.
somebody just phoned in. It might be Terry. I don't know.
Terry, is it
Terry?
you?
Is that you?
Where Mary Lou is going, let's table it until he's
Let's
back.
table it for now. I feel like, what's that? Are You My Mother? The Dr. Seuss or whatever it is? Where's our Terry?
Where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo? Where's our Terry?
I make a motion, we
I make a
table this
motion, we table it
application.
exactly until we have the representative. Because we can't really have a public hearing at this juncture until he can come back.
Can you guys hear
So
me?
why don't?
There he is.
Oh,
Oh,
all right, never mind.
Yep, we
Back.
got you, Terry.
So Terry,
you guys burnt up my computer.
we're doing this to everybody. I think we're using up all of the available bandwidth of the town of Rochester right now. So Terry,
Yeah, I think so.
did you hear anything that I said, or were you totally off?
I heard you mentioning about some forest lands.
Right. So I will show you. That's where we started. I will go through it briefly.
Can he see that?
He's
I'm
on the
trying
phone.
to-
He won't be able to see it.
Okay, you're not on the phone.
I'm just trying to join the meeting on another computer here that
All
only
right.
has video. I don't know that I'll have anything else. But for some reason,
you
it
can
won't let me.
also- You can pull up the YouTube also. It's live on YouTube. It does have a delay. So if you mute the YouTube, at least you'll be able to see the maps that we're looking at.
Okay, so if I just go to YouTube, I should be able to find that.
Yeah, do you have
Yeah,
a
if you search Town of Rochester, New York, there's a YouTube channel, and then it should show up that there's a live stream happening.
All right.
Mike, did I get the name of the YouTube channel correct? Is it Town of Rochester?
Yeah, it's
New
just
York?
Town of Rochester. There's a Town of Rochester recreation page, and it's the Town of Rochester account.
Hey, I got it.
All right. So you sort of fell off when I was talking about the only additional things
Lot 4.
is that this purple map the purple people leader map that we're looking at that is the highest level of quality forest according to the DEC. And as Rick, do you want to point out again what you eloquently said what we talked about in our natural heritage plan?
Terry, what I mentioned when you system dropped you off is in our natural heritage plan, it makes a recommendation that as much as possible, prime forest land, contiguous forest land be preserved in some fashion. And Maureen is showing the map with some of the property being in prime forest land. In any case, my comment was to ask the applicant / through you to do the best to not wholesale clear cut the property for the installation of the homes and the driveway. Obviously, you have to do some clear cutting, and the area up by the lot 4 has already been cut years and years and years ago. So, but anyway, I think we should have a note, or we'll put a note on the map urging the preservation of much of the habitat as possible. And I got to believe that the landowner would want to do that anyway. I believe it would make the land more attractive for sale.
Yes, I don't think that we have a problem with putting that note on the map.
Okay.
Much appreciated.
And then the other question we had, Terry, is when you look, I showed the picture here, which, this showed that under my red circles, you see that cleared area, and my question was, that's pretty much the area where the house is to go, proposed house would go in.
Did I get the name of the YouTube channel correct? Is it Town of Rochester?
Yeah, it's just,
Hold on, I get something crazy playing here on me.
It's the Town of Rochester account.
I think I'm trying to get caught up to where you guys are.
All right.
This building, making obviously a resident.
Oh, God, yeah, you get a full feedback. Maybe you should just pull your map out and get off of YouTube. Because I'm back on your plan.
I'm back on my plan here.
That's better because YouTube, we get the reverberation of me talking 10 minutes later. So on lot 4, it's super steep going down to the creek.
Yep.
And so I'm assuming the dwelling is up in that open flat spot that was cleared years ago I believe by Chad.
Correct. That's where the house is shown and the septics are shown.
Right. And so I guess the idea is we'd also put in just the reminder that we have a rule that you should not disturb any lands with a grade over 25%, but where you're putting it is not doing that. But it'll be a reminder on the approval and the plan also.
Right. So do you have a note that you generally use for that?
Yeah, in the decision, I have the note written out, so you can just put it on.
Okay. So so we can actually say that for the whole. Well, it's only lot 4 that's affected. That has those slopes. So.
Yeah, exactly. It'll just say in general, grades over principal structures are not to be put on grades over 25%. I'm cupping it right now, but so those are my only other comments. I think we should open it unless anybody else on the board has some other comments on this. Let's open it for public hearing. I will de-share. Is there anybody who has any comment on this application? All right, then I will close the public hearing. Hello?
No, I think Mara, no, I think it's only applicants of future applications on.
Okay. Boom. I make a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstain. All right, I do have a Chad Burns draft decision. Findings. We received a zoning referral and determination letter for a minor subdivision from the.
You want to share, Maren?
Whoop, oh, sorry. I forgot I was unshared.
Yep.
Thank you. There we go.
And if you can expand.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. There we go. That's better. We received a zoning referral and determination letter for a minor subdivision from the code enforcement officer. The applicant's representative, Terry Ringler, met with the planning board, presented the subdivision map for review. Board discussed and reviewed the proposed subdivision and requested additional map details, topography, ecological overlays, and 100-foot stream setbacks be added to the subdivision plat. Whoops, he entered the waiting room. The board further requested verification for well and septic. This is an R2 zoning. The applicant proposes a subdivision of 2 vacant conforming lots on 1 tax map, SBL, but they're 2 separate deeds. Parcel 1 has, of the existing parcels, 5.4 acres, parcel 2, 4.6, and there'll be 4 lots, all of which are 2 acres or slightly above. The current use of the parcel is vacant woodlands. Town of Rochester R2 zone districts are low-density residential districts. This district is intended to recognize and preserve the integrity of predominantly low-density rural residential areas of the town and to protect them from incompatible uses. The lands to be subdivided are largely flat, rolling woodlands with some steep slopes in the rear of proposed Lot 4. Proposed Lot 4 further borders a New York State DEC regulated stream and contains a wetland yard in the rear as defined by the Town of Rochester, Chapter 140-12E, because the proposed Lot 4 partially fronts the Mombacus Creek. Disturbance within 100 feet of the stream shall not be permitted by 140-12E, and DEC Article 15 of the Environmental Conservation Law shall apply and be a condition of approval. Both conditions shall be noted on the final plat. In reference to the steep slopes from the proposed subdivision, 125-22 subdivision design of my little thing out of there of the Town of Rochester subdivision law requires all grading and earth moving on slopes exceeding 15% grade shall be minimized. No site disturbances shall be allowed on slopes exceeding 25% grade, except for grading for a portion of a driveway accessing a single-family dwelling when it can be demonstrated that no other routing that avoids slopes exceeding 25% is feasible. Upon review, it was determined by the board that the steep slopes do not appear to be at risk of disturbance. The disturbance of lands with a slope greater than or equal to 25% shall not be permitted as a condition of approval, and this shall be noted on the final plat. The proposed subdivision lots contain New York State DEC defined Hudson Valley core forest lands in the rear third of the proposed lot. As defined by the DEC, I add these are interior forest areas surrounded by at least 100-meter wide buffer of edge forest. Avoiding further fragmentation of core forest will help conserve the integrity and value of ecologically significant forest patches. Quote. Furthermore, the
Sorry,
proposed,
Mara,
yeah,
100 meter? Should be 100 yards?
Oh, yeah. You're right.
hold on. (100-meter) Hudson Valley core forest. Core forests are interior forest areas surrounded by at least 100-meter wide buffer of edge forest habitat.
Oh, so it's 300 feet.
Creeping it in on you, Patrick.
So no, it is 100 meters. I think
300.
when you look at the map there, you can see that, and you have the hatching, which is the core forest that was preferably kept unfragmented, and then the plain purple we saw, that starts to extend your 100-meter piece. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my only question is we don't use meters technically in our vernacular generally.
Well, you could call the DEC and ask them why they chose to use meters as opposed to feet. But that, as I pulled up there, that is a direct quote from the DEC. That's the direct DEC explanation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Furthermore,
That's the GIS application.
There we go.
The meters come from their GIS system. It's all done on Universal Transmitter System, which is in meters. So that's the way they report it because it's easy.
There you have your real answer there, Patrick. Thank you,
Terry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So furthermore, the proposed subdivision is largely covered by lands of the highest value on the DEC Forest Conditions Index and contain known important areas for rare terrestrial species as defined by the DEC. Under our subdivision law, subdivision design, applicants shall, to the maximum extent practicable, protect significant natural areas known from official records to contain rare or endangered plants and animals, as well as other features of natural significance identified by the town's comprehensive plan, as Rick said, or by the applicant's existing resources and site analysis. Furthermore, from our law, subdivisions shall be designed to preserve woodlands along roadways, property lines, streams, swales, stone fences, and hedgerows. Such lines and the existing vegetation associated with them shall be preserved as buffers between adjacent properties and between areas being subdivided within a property. Upon review, it was determined by the board that the proposed placement of dwelling units toward the front third of the proposed lots 1, 2, and 3 will limit disturbance of the core habitat, core forest lands, but respect the preservation of woodlands along the roadway, because the houses are set back, they aren't right on the road. Woodlands of lot 4 were previously cleared and a driveway previously cut. These design parameters shall be included in the conditions of approval. And finally, our subdivision law also states existing vegetation and topography should be used to buffer and screen new buildings if possible, unless they are designed and located close to the road in the manner historically found in the town. Buildings should be sited in groups or tucked behind tree lines or knolls, rather than spreading them out across the landscape in a sprawl pattern. Clearing of vegetation at the edge of the road should be minimized, clearing only as much as necessary to create a driveway entrance with adequate sight distance. The board determined upon review that the proposed dwelling locations are relatively well clustered toward the town roadway, and the proposed subdivision, if it's done as it's shown, will preserve vegetation at the roadway. It was an unlisted seeker action. A negative deck was determined. Public hearing was held. We saw that it had adequate 50-foot frontage on Upper Cherrytown. Driveway permit shall be required for any new access, for all and any new access in the highway. Also, you might have noted at the bottom, remember we spoke of this, access for an interior flag lot is also owned by the applicant and it's adjacent to proposed lot 1. The applicant proposes as part of the subdivision to do a lot line improvement of plus or minus 0.2 acres, conveying lands from proposed lot 1 to the rear flag lot, SBL 67 -1-78, so as to bring said lot into compliance with the lot standards requiring greater and equal to 50-foot frontage. So it's a bit of a goof. It's a little box, but it does bring the lot frontage, because I sort of asked if Terry could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get that into compliance. It meets the bulk standards for R2 zoning. We reviewed if they could support water or septic. We did receive a certificate of deep well test and the ability of the proposed lots to support well and septic from Paul, what is initial in? Mealy, Paul J. Mealy, consulting engineer.
Lauren, on number 13 there, you said proposed 2 parcels, isn't it? It's like 3 additional total.
Yes, you're right. It should be 4. Thank you. Exactly. I took that from the existing 2, proposed 4. Anything else that I might have missed that anybody saw? All right. Read, discussed in a public meeting. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings?
I move to adopt the findings.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Let's do a roll call for findings. Brianna?
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
All right, so we grant minor subdivision conditional final approval for the subdivisions of land not there. Located. That's in New York. We got an H capitalized, we got a K not capitalized. The subdivision plat dated November 29th is approved with the following conditions. All fees must be paid in full. We must present a final plat for signature. The plat notes are as follows. 1, any further subdivision shall be treated as a major subdivision under our subdivision law 125. The subdivision shall adhere to source subdivision law 125-21 and 22, general site requirements and subdivision design, specifically 122-5, 7, 8, 11, and 12. And those were the ones that were cited in italics in the findings. To write them all on the plat, you wouldn't have any room for the map. But this, at least if somebody is working with the maps, they know to refer to these. Number 3, our DE stream map note. This property contains a New York State regulated stream. For as long as any portion of the property described in this deed is subject to regulation under Article 15, protection of waters of the Environmental Conservation Law, there shall be no regulated activities defined on this property within the bed or banks of the stream, et cetera, et cetera.
Lauren, this property doesn't front the stream. There's about 20 foot before the stream. It's not.
You know, as I was
There's
reading it,
nothing-
Terry, I was thinking exactly that. It's the buffer that we need next. It's not the stream.
Right.
Right.
Right. It was the buffer that we addressed and shown, but it doesn't abut the stream.
You're totally, as I was reading it, I was thinking the stream is actually behind it. So it's a Rochester waterway instead. 140-12E, each lot fronting on a named stream shall include a setback of 100 feet in depth from the high water mark of such stream. No principal structure shall be located within such setback except by planning board authorization, providing other mitigating measures such as deed covenants, limited clearing of the stream, or employed to protect stream quality. And then the last one we mentioned, which was disturbance of lands with a slope greater or equal to 25% shall not be permitted. Grading and earth moving, I just repeated this. It shall be minimized, no disturbance on slopes. This is repeating what is in the code. And to the maximum extent practicable, Rick, this is the part you were speaking of. The applicant shall protect significant natural areas known from official records that contain rare endangered plants and animals, as well as other features of natural significance identified by the town's comprehensive plan or by the applicant's existing resources and site analysis. Specifically, the New York State Hudson Valley Core Forest lands in the rear third of the proposed lots. And the applicant is encouraged to replace any lost trees with native habitat. And all other local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future uses of these lands, specifically local driveway permits. This approval shall expire in 180 days. Unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chairman, the period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and resolution by the planning board. We further grant minor subdivision conditional final approval, permitting the subdivision of lands upon some satisfactory completion of the conditions of approval. It should be 1 and 2. 1 and 2, and grants the authority to the chairman to certify the conditions have been met, review, sign, and date the plat without further resolution at such time. Effective approval, the owner shall file in the office of the Ulster County Clerk the approved plat bearing chairman's signature and other related documents in 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with the New York State Town Law 276, and the owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the filed plat and other related documents to the planning board within 30 days of such filing. What does the board think? Did I cover what we what we discussed? Rick, does that meet as best we can your thinking?
Yeah, I think that's fine, Mary.
Okay. Anybody else?
Lauren, it's
Yeah.
Brianna. I just wanted to let you know where it says it was dated November 29th, it says 2021.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. I overcorrected, checking all my 20s and making them 21s. So do I have a motion to adopt the conditional final approval for the Chad Burns subdivision?
I made a motion.
Second?
Second.
Let's do a roll call for this, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes?
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
All right, Terry, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
You're still there. That's good.
Yes, I'm here.
And have a good evening.
You too. Thank you very much.
All right, bye. All right, the next on the agenda is Olga Burns, Planning Board 2020-06. And this is a subdivision that has been with us for a period of time, somewhat more difficult than the other ones that we have seen. The applicant, would you like to refresh what you are doing here?
I'm here for the applicant. We're taking the existing parcel and dividing it into two more lots, one close to 5 acres, the other close to 9, for 2 single-family homes. We're currently waiting for the approval of the septic system designs that we've submitted to the health department. We're currently creating the grading plans for the houses as requested at the last meeting, and that's about where we're at with this application.
Perfect. So there you see the plot as it is. You have the existing house on lot 1. You have the proposed lot 2, proposed lot 3, and a new driveway going in. If you remember, the neighbor is going to have to cut a new driveway, and they signed a letter saying that they would cut a new driveway because it would have been a major subdivision if they kept sharing the existing driveway. Since we're going to have a grading plan and the proposed locations are on very steep slopes, I think this application is ready to be sent forward to our planning consultant because there are some questions here. So if we go through we had submitted from, the public hearing is still open on this application. And we had a submission. This is the front lot of the property when we had rain, which obviously the stream spreads out, overflows quite significantly. This is, as you can see, the road. I don't have to tell anybody that. There's the water along the road and going back. Here you have water running along the road and some damming, I guess, at the entrance. And here you have quite a waterfall of the stream. Obviously, the high water mark, it might be farther back. And this one's a little hard, but this is more pooling of water under the conditions. So if I may, my question, and this is why I really think this application should be, this will obviously, they already know, Heather and Medenbach and Eggers and the applicant, that they're going to need a stormwater protection plan. They're choosing, or they would like to build on steep slopes. So we need an analysis of that. These are all things that are beyond the capabilities of the planning board. We are not engineers. And I have a worry personally. I would like to hear what the rest of the board says, that since as you heard in the last application, 140 cannot remember, our stream 140-12E, that each lot fronting on a named stream depicted on a United States Geological Survey map shall include a setback of 100 feet in depth from the high water mark of such stream. So this puts into question what is the high water mark of this stream if it overflowed to this degree. And if maybe, I believe the lot 3 house is significantly away from what would be pooling, but lot 2, the proposed house could be, I don't know. And we really need greater looking at that. The proposed house could be actually within the 100-foot boundary of the high water.
Maren,
Yes.
just a question. Those pictures that you just showed on the screen, which lots were they associated with, or were they both lots?
If the person who sent them is here, I believe they're with part of lot 1 and lot 2, because you see that stone wall that goes through lot 2.
Yep.
You can see the water going over that stone wall. That's what the waterfall was.
Okay.
So I believe so lot 3, I didn't see. The public hearing is still open, so if the person that provided these to us, she can maybe clarify better for us.
Lauren, Susan Gray is raising her hand. I don't know if she's.
I'm here.
Hi, Susan. Excellent. And hold on one second, and I'll be quiet, and you can fill us in more on some of this. That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. So any other comments from the board at this point? I just wanted to, since this came in, I wanted everybody, I don't know if everybody had seen it yet in the application.
I just have one comment. The public hearing is still open. I think where you were going with, we're expecting a SWIP from the applicant, and where you were going with this, if I understood it correctly, was to have the town's engineer examine and review the SWIP and either, agree with it, make recommendations on the flow of water, the necessity for any kind of ponding or any kind of retention facility. Is that where you were going with this, Maren?
I'm going with them reviewing that and more of the application in full, because this could be, and going through seeker, there could be moderate to large effects. That would mean there would need to be an EIS. I don't know if there would need to be scoping. I don't think so, but there are various levels. There's the steep slopes that we don't have any analysis. We can't analyze grading plans so there are a number of things that need the expertise of a planning consultant at this juncture that we are not equipped to do. So I would like to hand this over to them, because it isn't just a SWIP, it's going through, maybe they come up, I don't know what they could come up and help us with. Maybe the proposed house in lot 2 they have to change lot 2 and make it go back in more to lot 1 and put the house back there.
Let's not solve it until it gets analyzed.
Right, exactly. I mean, I have no idea. But since the public hearing is open and Ms. Gray is here, could you update us a bit on your plans and tell me if you want me to on the photos you provided, give us some more information? I officially opened the public hearing at this juncture.
Hi, it's Susan Gray.
Hi,
I
Susan.
took those pictures after that rain and the heavy snow we had. I think it was just before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big culvert that runs down my property that goes under the road. And the driveway is, I don't know, 30 or 40 foot away from that culvert. Because we're on a grade, Sampsonville Road is like half a mile up the road. All the water comes down this grade on both sides of the road. It goes across their driveway and it goes into the road. On my side, the water runs down the road and ends up in the culvert eventually, sometimes in my driveway, but not much I can do about that because the culvert is right at the bottom. The pictures that I took are from the driveway down to what I would think was close to lot 3, but mostly of lot 2, because that's where most of the flooding is. I didn't go all the way down the road. It's pretty flat, but the water is pooling a good 40 foot off the road in a lot of places, because you also have the runoff from the steep hill in the back. And I'm just concerned about that amount of water because this was not, yeah, it was heavy rain, but if you put, I don't know what's going to happen. If you put a house in there, you've got all that water coming down. You already got water in the road. I don't know. I just have some concerns about it.
Well, I thank you for sharing this because it's very helpful. This is exactly why we have public hearings, because people who live nearby and can know things that we don't know because we don't live there. And this is why I think that we need a greater analysis with our planning consultant, because as Ms. Gray said, if you do add houses, if there is grading, and maybe it is not a suitable lot for development. So I'd like to make a motion that we already have escrow set for this, but that we pass this on to CPL for some analysis.
May I make a suggestion for CPL?
You can probably better to write it out so we can send it to them, but make it here in the public venue. Yes.
Basically, suggesting them to explore option of disassembling the dam, because this is essentially remnants of agricultural activities.
That's a good suggestion, Zoran. And you do know if they do that, they're going to need a DEC stream permit because that is in the stream.
Whatever is required, but I think it can mitigate that lake there.
Okay. And also, I'm jumping around poorly here, but is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak regarding?
You should vote on that motion if you're going to do that motion.
Yeah,
first.
let's vote on the motion. So anybody, do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote, please.
What motion? I'm sorry.
The motion to have CPL
Okay.
actively, it's already escrowed, actively start reviewing the application to come up with some of these ideas, solutions, etc.
Okay.
Roll call vote, Brianna, please.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yep.
Mr. Sarofsky. Oh no, did we lose Sam? Mr. Sarofsky? Oh, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Sam. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky?
Yes.
And Ms. Maloney?
Yes.
All right. So we will work with CPL on that, and I will jump back.
Can I speak up, Marion? Just, can you send us those photos?
Yes, we can send you those photos. No problem.
Yeah, I might want to point out too is that our house site is more than 200 feet from the road, so it's not like we're really close to where that flooding
Yeah,
is.
that's true, but you know, we'll
quite a bit higher in elevation.
Yeah,
So
we'll let CPL. You hash that out with CPL for the moment. Is there anybody else of the public that would like to speak on this? Mary Lou, have you dropped off or not? Do you think we should keep the public hearing open still?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was sort of thinking.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
I was thinking this was a keep the public hearing open moment here.
Lauren,
there could be changes after Liz has the opportunity to review this
Exactly.
with Medenbach and Eggers. So rather than having to come back and reopen it, you're not making any decision right now till at least next month, at least. So
Yep,
you may as
and-
well just keep it open. It's certainly not going to hurt anything.
That was exactly how I was thinking. So.
And can I just add something real quick? My intention, just so the board is clear, and Maren, you're clear, I would, do a comprehensive review per the code. Take a look at the materials that are submitted. I'll also grab an EAF mapper blank form just to see what kind of resources are noted there. I'm gathering, though, some of the materials that I got from the Google Drive. There are a bunch of photos in there, and I thought those were submitted by the applicant's representatives. So I'm just if maybe Brianna, you and I could talk and I could get some clarity so that because I usually list what has been submitted and then pay attention to commentary, and then I would prepare a report to the planning board.
That would be, I think, exactly what
Before
we're
we get
looking
off,
for.
before we get off this topic, who's reviewing the applicant's SWIP that's being submitted? Is Liz going to do that? Is CPL doing that?
Yes, CPL would do that. We don't have any of the talent to analyze a SWIP.
We have a couple of engineers that'll
Okay.
look at grading and stormwater.
Okay.
Is there a
Okay.
SWIP already submitted?
No, there is not. No.
Okay.
We aren't even at that stage yet.
Okay. I didn't think so.
All right, perfect. So Liz,
Lauren, it's my quick question. Was the seeker, I mean, the CPL review, the escrow already established?
yes, it is.
Okay,
Yes, it is.
okay, thank you. That's, I think it's what, $4,000? 3,000?
I think 4.
Okay,
Don't hold me over a fire, but I believe
Okay.
4.
so,
Okay.
so Liz, if you can coordinate with myself on that to make sure we don't go over that or when we get close.
Okay, absolutely.
Perfect. All right, Liz, we will be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will move on next.
Don't we have a break?
Do a motion to hold the public hearing open?
Yes, and I make a
Next
motion.
month?
Thank you. I will make a motion to hold the public hearing open. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstain. Do you want to take a break now? I moved forward the 2 greatest names, Deutschlander and Depuy, for the as a pre-application for the home occupancy. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break, 5-10
Yes.
minute break
Yes.
now?
Yes.
All right, 10-minute break. It is 8:53. At 9:03, we are back. All right, are we back?
Yep, I'm
I'm
here.
here.
All right, we officially are recused from our 5-minute break. So our next application is Lowell Deutschlander as the owner of the property and Marie-Lou Depuy as the applicant. And this is for a home application type 2, proposing a winery in the back of a proposed home to be built. And this has been typed as a type 2, as I said, by the code enforcement officer. Madame Depuy, I guess, would you like to run through your ideas here for us? What you're looking at doing?
Yes, of course. So my idea is really to just start out at that location on 220 Granite, and just do between 500 and 1,000 cases of wine for the first couple of years, because it's going to be our primary residence. It's going to be fairly easy to work there and start out there, and then down the road, I hope if the project works, to be able to move to a bigger warehouse on a different lot. So this would be a starting point, which is why I don't need that much space.
Can you go through, just so it gets sort of into the public record, some of what you talked about in your narrative?
Yes. So my project is to make natural wine, which doesn't have any sulfites or any other additives to it, from New York grape wines. So I'm currently also applying to a fine winery license. And from there, I also plan to be self-distributing, trying to sell to local sources, wine stores, restaurants, bars. And yes, so the project is also to use local grapes, not use any chemicals. I'm going to be the only winemaker there. And I think that's pretty much it.
I will put forth and let the board, I think we have quite a bit of questions here. Does anybody, the rest of the board, have any questions? I'll let everybody go first. I talk too much.
I do. I have a few questions. The type of home occupation provides that I think it's type 2, 50% of the home to be used for the home occupation. Is there? I may be wrong about that. I don't have it in front of me.
I think it's 25.
25. Thank you.
25.
I have it right here. I have it on the screen. Is it large enough?
Thank you. Yep, I was looking for. I tried to pull it up, and I'm not as facile with this as you are. Thank you, Mary. Is there a house there already?
It's currently under construction.
So you have a building permit for a house, you're constructing it. How big is the house you're constructing?
1,500 square feet.
1,500 square feet, okay. So I guess, I mean, this is a residential area, and it seems like that's a commercial enterprise, although I guess it's covered under the ag laws. I need some help here as to, did our code enforcement officer say that this was appropriate in the area? I guess so, huh?
Yes, yeah, he said that it's a home, class 2 home occupation.
Okay. So aside from setbacks and all that, I guess the only concern I have, I think it seems like a great idea, would be the amount of water being used and whether or not that has any impact on the neighbors. And I know we've been through this kind of issue before, and we've never really settled on that, but it seems like more impact on water usage than it would be if it was just a single family home housing 2, 3, 4 people.
I believe the application, Rick, it does have the water usage on there, but maybe the applicant could go over that now for the public.
I see that here, and I'm a tiny bit confused about because there are so many numbers here. Time of the year, time of the winemaking, when it's 240 gallons versus 480 gallons. So yeah, I need some help understanding the ins and outs of that. And then whether or not or how or should we be concerned with the impact on other neighbors. I'm not even sure there are a lot of neighbors. Again, trying to make out maps on Google Drive isn't the easiest thing in the world. So
So for the water usage, I did this document as well because currently speaking with an engineer to see if it would be doable and what we would need to do. Currently, we're going to be building a 3-bedroom house. Wait, we're going to be building a large septic system.
The septic system is going to be designed to accommodate the amount of water that she'll be using at the peak times of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly, it's my understanding, and I'm Lowell, by the way, I'm the property owner, that this is really extremely seasonal. So that amount of water usage is the peak usage for a very small window of time when the season is happening. So
the engineer was asking me to calculate basically on the day of the year where I would be using the most water in order for him to be able to design everything correctly. And so this is it. So what you have in front of you is the maximal water usage because it's a very, very seasonal activity. So really, I mean, the days where I'm going to be getting grapes in are probably going to be limited to between 5 and 10 days total. And that's when there's going to be a higher water usage, but otherwise it's going to stay fairly low for the rest of the year. But the system is all going to be designed for that maximal water usage.
So Mary Lou, help me out here. Since it's a home occupation, normally septic requirements and water requirements all taken care of by the health department, depending upon the size of the house, whatever. We don't get involved in that. They're coming to us for home occupation. To what extent and who gets involved in the adequacy, not of septic, the property is huge, well, large, let's put it that way. Who gets involved in whether or not there's water sufficient for this operation? And Malu, somewhere in the application, I saw that this is just the first step in a much more expansive vineyard operation, which begs the question of, should we be evaluating the water usage just for this home occupation? Should we be looking, since I think the applicant has already identified that it's going to be larger down the road, should we be looking at that?
So my idea is to, after a couple of years, if this project works, to move to a different location where I would be able to have more space and just more appropriate septic and everything. So this is really just for the very, very first part of the project, and the rest of it would be on a completely different location.
And as far as water usage, whether it matters or not, we have a 30 gallon per minute well, which is pretty ample. That was from the well log we got from our well driller.
30 gallons per minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mary Lou, when we do this approval, it's only for the as described use of making X amount of wine with X amount of water, and any further expansion, the lady indicated
Correct.
that it would be. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said that you had your wharfs and your well driller come. Do you have the records for that? I didn't see them, but it might be helpful to submit them.
We do have that well log, and we can supply you guys with that.
I think that would be helpful
That'd be most helpful.
because that may be a concern. I don't know. Do you have any neighbors close by?
Closest house is about 200 feet away, maybe 250 feet away, somewhere in that range.
It might be worthwhile to have, if it is available, other well logs. I mean, and because they also had spoken of having an orchard, and an orchard could need irrigation. And there's the winemaking. and then some degree of household. So sort of a daily usage at max if they do everything they planned, because you don't want to deplete other people's wells also.
I don't see how we would be able to obtain other people's well logs who are our neighbors. It would be dependent upon them having kept those records and then of us being able to get permission to access them. That seems like it might be a difficult thing to do.
But you can affect the water as well.
So you guys are concerned that we will be pulling so much water out of the ground that it will be bringing down the neighbors' wells?
Yes.
So we, at this location, while we may have about 12 acres of land, we really only have about 3 acres of land that's not forest. So when, we're talking about having an orchard here, this isn't a commercial level of orchard where we're really going to be doing any sort of heavy duty irrigation. It's really more of like just a glorified, home orchard. Like it's nothing extravagant or large. So with just 2 of us living there and using water in a seasonal manner, I would say that our water usage isn't really going to be any greater than, let's say, if we had a 4-bedroom home there that had at full occupancy.
But 4-bedroom home is not going to consume 240 gallons per day.
Well, at least thinking about it for a septic system, I believe that for a septic system, each bedroom is assumed to use 110 gallons per day at a maximum usage. And so we're not saying that we're going to be using 240 gallons a day. It's really, that's our absolute maximum usage.
How many days during the course of the year are you going to be using 480? That's twice the. You're suggesting that the normal usage of a 2-person house would be 110 gallons a person. I think that's high, and we need to check that.
Well, it's not it's amount of
that equals 220. But somewhere in here, it indicates.
So the way
480, how many times during the year and how long during the year will you be using 480 gallons a day?
So I'm sorry, it's like this table is not super clear, but the way I calculated it is by the different stages where water would be used. So the 480 gallons is the total for the whole of the pre-harvest preparation, but that takes course over a few days. So that would be divided by 2 or 3, which is how I came to 240 gallons maximum a day. But at no point in time would I use 480 gallons in a single day.
So the concern that I had actually looking at this wasn't so much the water. I was just looking at Jerry's determination and then looking at the definition of the class 2 home occupation. And I just sort of at that level had some, I guess, questions about whether this fit with class 2 home occupation. I know obviously that, these get referred to us from the code enforcement office, but I guess I was curious what other members of the board thought, because it actually kind of occurred to me that we may want to send this back to code enforcement office and ask if, them to, I don't know what the process is for that exactly, but just say, are you sure this is really a class 2 home occupation? Some of the things in it, mostly the stuff of it's clearly subsidiary and fits within what would normally happen in a household. I think just the scale, even though it's a small scale for a wine operation, is, to my mind, beyond the scope of what would normally be happening in a residence. So I'm just curious what the other board members think about that.
Yeah, Sam, I would like to comment as well. Our code that says it's clearly incidental and secondary to principal use. And also, for example, about septic system normally associated with a residential area, but the applicant asking consultant engineer figure out what septic systems they need. So it doesn't appear like like normally associated with residential use. Also, 240 square feet room, you also require another 120 square feet pressing area, as you call it. So it's already, you do fit, if your house 1,500 square feet, so it's still below 25%. But also I'm trying to point out that it seems to me it's like a home production rather than occupation, home occupation. For example, 1,500 liters tank, at least if it's plastic, weighs about 3,300 feet, 3,300 pounds. And you have more than one tank there. So it's substantial foundation needs to be built there to hold all those tanks. So it doesn't appear as clearly accidental and secondary.
I would agree with what both of you have said, that, I mean, if you just do the logic test, if we step back even from the exact pros that are here, it really is a commercial use, a bigger commercial use. And as you said, it is, you know, it does not significantly change the character thereof, the residential dwelling, involve the use of mechanical equipment other than that customarily used for domestic purposes. Well, what did you just say? It's over a 2-ton tank? Each tank is?
So 33, well, the biggest tank is 3,300.
Right.
Just the liquid, just the liquid.
And a ton is, I think, 1,500 pounds.
2,000 pounds.
Yeah, ton is 2,000 pounds.
Well, that doesn't seem to be like customarily used for domestic purposes. I don't have tanks that big hanging out at my house.
Yeah.
I don't even have I never even had a fish tank that big.
And the mechanical equipment pallet jack, it's not really common home equipment.
So I sort of think that Sam has a good point, that maybe we should refer this back to the code enforcement officer and saying that we don't really see how this fits as a home occupation, that it should be more of, and see if they could do a redetermination.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, just remember, is his determination.
I agree with you, Mary Lou, but I guess the challenge here is, if this is the determination, it's maybe a chance for him to have a different determination that could let this go forward. I find it under this classification, it would have to be refused because it doesn't fit the criteria that most of the people, that the other board members and myself have gone through, because it seems to be outside of the parameters of a accessory use, clearly secondary to the use as a residential dwelling. It really is a larger commercial use. So
it's also, there's just like some of those provisions of no substantial inventory,
right?
No generation of solid waste discharge or sewage that it's not associated with normal residential use. I mean, I just don't, you know, I've worked in commercial alcohol production, and I know that just this scale is not, it's small for a winery, but it's much bigger than, you know, a home operation.
Right, an accessory.
Right, and you know, that just, you know, again, like I understand that 1,000 cases is a small amount of production for a winery, but I have a hard time knowing how to consider that anything other than substantial inventory. So, and then also just the bottles and, you know, anything that's associated with that, when the code says that you can't have substantial inventory, I just don't know how to reconcile it. And maybe if we got a
Okay,
different determination, it would be helpful.
Because we're trying to help them out, Mary Lou.
Yeah.
that-
No, I understand that, but the proper process really is not to send it back to Jerry, but if you disagree with his determination, it's really to appeal it to the ZBA, which you can do.
Yeah, well, then maybe that's what we should do, because I don't know
I
what
just
the
want to make sure
process
you use
is.
the right process.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
'cause-
asking
that-
for that, yes.
I don't know if we've done this since I've been on the board where the determination comes in and it just seems off. So like, how do we, if this really is the determination that we end up with, then we go through the review based on that. But it
I
might
Right,
be,
you decide whether you want to go through the review or you want to appeal it to the ZBA.
So Mary Lou, our only
Or I
choices are,
suppose the applicant could go back.
our only choices are to send the applicant to the ZBA or go through the review. That's two choices.
Not sending the applicant to the ZBA, you're going to the ZBA. The applicant doesn't go to the ZBA, the planning board
right, we'd be
would-
appealing Jerry's determination.
Gotcha.
determination, right?
Well, what if this board decided that it doesn't meet, that we just don't agree with the use? It's just,
Then we
Too
don't
intense.
approve it.
and we just don't
Well,
approve it.
you'd go through, right, I don't think you could say without going to the ZBA, no, this is not a class 2 occupation. But maybe the water would be something. I don't know. You'd have to go through the process and make your determination, but you can't just overrule Jerry's determination.
I got you.
But in not ruling, we can, as Sam said, you could go through the process and not approve it as a class 2 home occupation because we find that
If you find there's reasons that
we
it
find
wouldn't be appropriate.
we find
But
it wouldn't be appropriate if we say that it does significantly change the character thereof, and it does involve the use of mechanical equipment that is not customarily used. So thus it is not a class 2 home occupation because the mechanical equipment being used is not customarily used for domestic purposes.
Well, I propose a counterpoint. What about a woodworking shop? Somebody who makes cabinetry, let's say. They would be using lots of equipment that's not customarily used in residential uses. But, would that be, how would that sort of business fit into, your guys' thinking in this situation?
I mean, you could have the same problem because you have noise and fumes, and if you have too many planers, routers, and et cetera, maybe, I mean, it's hard to do one or the other, and we're trying to sort of work with you guys here. I mean, to make it so it works, because this looks like it could run into hurdles, and I'm just trying to think creatively how if it was, like you said, Mary Lou, I don't know if you can go back and say, we don't want to be a home occupation, please categorize this as a special use. Then
we even did recently within the last few months, we saw an application for a home occupation. It was, in this case, it was a recording studio, and it was the determination that it was a home occupation was appealed to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Zoning Board of Appeals said a recording studio cannot be a home occupation because it just doesn't meet the definition of a home occupation. I think the same thing could happen with a wood shop and could happen here. I mean, I think also with the wood shop example, I think there's a lot more people using commercial woodworking equipment as hobbyists than there are people using commercial winemaking equipment as hobbyists.
Sam, just to clarify, the ZBA said it was based on the size of the use of the home, the recording studio, not the fact that it was a recording studio. So
I thought it was both. I thought
it was two different things because
and they
there
ruled
was
against the applicant.
they didn't give the variance, and they also ruled with the neighbors. This is
What
not
I said
a
was
home
right.
a proper home occupation. It was
So,
both.
what do you think, since this is a pre-application, we're trying to figure out a best way to see if this is a possibility. how does the board feel? Would the board, and how does the applicant feel to go with we appeal it to the ZBA and
Well, I
say
think
we,
to answer your question, how do I feel? I think Sam and Zorian bring up good points that it just doesn't seem to fit. That it's much larger than something that's a part of a home, something you would normally see in a home and an occupation. This is seems a much higher intensity use that you would expect in a home occupation. This is
so that leaves
much
us,
more. This is
right,
this is an agricultural occupation.
so that sort of leaves us with two options for them, either saying, or three options. One, they pursue this with a high probability of being turned down from what we're saying right now. B, we appeal this to the ZBA asking for a different determination, that we don't believe it is a home, it was misdetermined, if that's a term. Or C, the applicant goes back and says, could you please give us a different determination? Is that correct, Mary Lou? Those are our three options?
Yeah, can you pull up and screen share their original application to Jerry and then his decision? Because I'd like to see what they put in that application. I just can't remember off the top of my head, and I didn't print everything out with regard to equipment, if anything.
Sorry. I just had it and I just.
You did.
I just had it and I was trying to enlarge it and
What are you looking for, Mary Lou?
I'm looking to see if it has, okay, it says the business narrative has been attached for further details. I want to see what details were in front of Jerry. Were the size of the tanks in front of Jerry? Were the,
I attached,
you know, the press?
Yep.
I attached the exact same business narrative than in the drive. So it's.
So you have this business narrative that I showed at first that, I mean, we could go much.
In the application, it just says, all it says is less than 800 cases.
Yeah. Can you go up a little bit? I wanted to see what it said below, right there.
Here?
In the first phase of the project. So the issue, when you went down a little bit further, the issue that I have is that, I mean, this is starting out as a home that's going to be a winery, although to me, it sounds like it's a business that somebody's going to crash at. How long is it going to be before the applicant has events there?
Oh yeah, no, we.
So because it says the first phase of the project. So I'm just
curious to that characterization that this is a business that we crash at. This is our home. This is where we're living. We were trying to start a business in Accord and we don't have a lot of means. So at the moment, this is like how we're able to sort of make it work. We absolutely, this isn't the intention is never for this to be anything other than a residence and a launch off pad for this business so that it can get going and then it can move somewhere else.
So no, you're not looking at in the future having, because this has happened in the past within the town of Rochester where businesses have started off and said, absolutely not. And we have it in the minutes of the meetings and then it completely went out of control. So do you intend on having any events there in the future or?
I want to point one thing out, Anne Marie.
Yes.
They are getting their grapes from other vineyards that they do not own. So it would not be an agricultural use that would automatically allow them to do those sorts of things.
Okay.
They would have to own another vineyard somewhere and have this all part of one
but don't they grow, wouldn't they grow something there?
Only if it's an agricultural, they have to grow it there. So, I mean, first of all, just to the applicants, I love wine. I think it's a great idea. You just have to do it the right way. That's all. That's,
well, they do say that they're going to have orchards there,
right,
with grapes. So they are growing grapes.
Yeah.
So the idea is to plant about 1/4 to 1/2 acres of hybrid grape varieties. So hybrid because they're the only ones that are possible, I think, with my skill sets to grow somewhat organically without irrigation here. And so part of the wine is going to be sourced from that quarter acre, but that's going to be a very small amount. I also really want to make clear that I'm a winemaker. I'm not interested in events, in having a big tasting room. I have worked at a bar, and that is something that I know I do not want. I also want to reiterate that this is very much our home. I was looking around to see if I could start the business in another location. Budgetarily speaking, it just made a lot more sense to try and build a small addition on the land to start, especially because I'm going to start with, as I said, a limited budget. So that's it. I wouldn't expect.
To the point of the proposal to have grapes and, some orchard we could never on our land, even if we took down, all the trees that were there, we couldn't produce enough to really make the production. That's not the intention of the grapes, and I don't think it's that's not a realistic outcome or anything that we're ever even considering. It's like, once again, we have 12 acres of land, but we really only have 3 acres that are actually open, and we're not intending to cut the forest down. We really just want to keep those 3 acres open.
Can I ask a question? Obviously, we positive in in the intention. Is there any way they can classify it as a small farm, Marilu?
So
Again, it's Jerry's classification.
Yeah.
So guys, this goes back to, we're sort of, Mary Lou gave us the 3 choices of what we can do. I think we sort of need to, maybe we could pause for a minute, and since the pre-application, and the applicants could get back in touch with our office and choose what they would like to do, because this isn't even an official application at this, we're hashing it out. And it would be, as you said, Zorian, it's Jerry's determination. If we think there are better determinations, or we don't like the determination, we can go and appeal it before the ZBA. So
I think that's what we ought to do.
I'm thinking at this point, that's what we ought to do. So we could, because if this was coming to us under a different guise, we probably could work with them better to control different things, say what the size is, say what they can't do, and let this go forward potentially. But as a home occupation, it's pretty dead in the water.
Okay. So
it's a stretch.
What would, if we were to go that route, we would be seeking, it would end up be looking for a variance? Am I understanding that correctly? So that we could.
I think you'd be hoping that the ZBA said that it's something other than a home occupation. Right. They'd probably end up saying something like, it's a winery. Unfortunately, our code doesn't include winery. And then we'd have to figure out what to do. I mean, it's a little unknown what would happen, honestly. It's just if it doesn't fit clearly in any of the uses that are in our code. We just don't have winery listed anywhere.
Yeah, the closest farm probably is the closest.
Well, wouldn't that be the equivalent of the brewery?
Yeah.
Only since we're not really doing the growing of the house.
No, because that was in ag and markets. So that's
the ag and market stuff is really convoluted, and I don't feel that I fully understand it, but there's multiple layers of conditions that have to be met. So you have to be, I think it's a farm operation in the eyes of the state has to have been in operation for 3 years. Farm wineries are farm operations. And then once they've been in business for 3 years, if they are then also in an ag district, which this is not, then they become, farms, quote unquote, in the eyes of the state. And I think, for me, one of my concerns with this, and not to say that this is the applicant's intention, but there's a path here potentially that this type of operation after 3 years could become a member of the ag district, because the county is very welcoming to anyone who wants to be in an ag district. And then all of a sudden it's treated as a farm, which is, I don't think what anyone wants, including the applicant at this point. But that's one of my concerns with how this fits in as a home operation is like, is a home operation a way into doing something else? Again, not I don't want to put that intention on the applicant, but there's like a lot of permutations that could come down the road.
So guys, if we were to do that, we could get it for this month, actually, on the ZBA's agenda. We could actually move this relatively quickly. And to answer, secondarily to answer, this is from Ag and Markets. What type of activities undertaken by distilleries, breweries, and wineries are protected under AML? Maybe. So if the parcel of land where the agricultural activity is being conducted is located within a county adopted ag district, it's part of a farm operation, Zorian. There's your answer. But if it isn't, then it isn't maybe. So
Lauren, ag processing facility specifically mentions winemaking, just so you know the definition.
And that's not allowed in R2.
It's not allowed in R2.
I know. I'm just telling you it is addressed in the code though. So
yeah,
maybe that's
But farm is allowed in R2.
But it's not a farm, Zorian.
It's not a farm, Zorian. That's the problem.
Okay.
So,
I
guys,
just want to.
Go ahead, Mary Lou.
I just want to mention to you that because I represent the planning board and I represent the zoning board, if you bring this before the ZBA, I can't represent either of you. So if you want an attorney, you'll have to get another attorney. If you want to do it yourself, that's fine. You don't have to have an attorney before the ZBA, but if you want an attorney, you're going to have somebody else. And obviously I won't represent the ZBA either on this particular application, should you make an appeal. Okay.
So
I took an ethics course today, but I knew that anyway.
Yep. So we're sort of at appeal, or maybe the applicant could, I mean, as you said, Mary Lou, I don't know if you can go and ask and say, please determine me to be something else.
Well, they could go back and say, you know what, instead of a home occupation, we think we might want to go some other route. And Jerry and Becky and the applicants can talk about if there's another route.
I think as a first step, guys, that would be the best first step to see, you know, it's the cheapest, fastest, easiest. What do Mary Lou and Lowell, what do you think of that?
That sounds good. Yeah. So we'd be contacting
Becky
Jerry.
Paddock and Jerry Davis and see if you could hash it out to coming in under a different guise.
Okay, that sounds good.
Do you offhand, have any input about what different guises or what different, avenues might be or might look like that are allowable through the code? Because you guys, know the code a lot better than we do.
Could we get back to you on this? Because that one's going to take a little bit of thinking, and it's 9:42.
Okay, understood. Yep, we're just.
I mean, I would like to think to represent you well, but I think I sort of need to look it over and
gotcha.
mull it a bit.
Yep. Okay.
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 Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, guys.
Route we'd like to take. So, is there a way? Would we be able to talk with one of you guys or somebody who might know things better than us at some point in the future to get maybe just some?
Yeah. How about? I mean, you know what? Talk to Brianna. And we can set something up later this week when I could have a chance and some of the other board members have a chance to sort of think this through and look at the schedule of district regulations and different ways to come at it. Maybe later this week, Friday, whatever, set something up.
That'd be great. Thank you.
This might be a good, Maureen, this may be something good for them to meet with you and Jerry at the same time.
Exactly. So let's coordinate through Brianna and see what we could do to set something up later this week or beginning of next week. How about that?
Sounds great.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Can we just get another lot line? Simple, clean lot line.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's you getting the stuff.
All right, the
Hey,
next,
Mary Lou, Lauren, I have to recuse myself on this one.
yes, recuse yourself. Patrick is recused at 9:43. So I think we will go straight to the chase here. As you,
Brian?
yes,
No, I'm just.
oh, sorry. As you remember, this is for, I'm gonna say it in my German accent, so the Schoenmakers, which I'm not allowed to say that way, to increase the subdivision. I think we have one, we still have.
Schoonmakers.
Schoonmaker, it's not a Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker.
In the Rondout Valley, after the first 400 years, it's Schoonmaker.
I know, and I have a complete massive
An accord.
Accord. I have complete dyslexia for it. I will admit it.
And Pawtuckum and Shogums.
I'm getting one at a time. I'm getting them. I'll be like 105 and maybe I'll say everything correctly. I swear it has to be like dyslexia. So here is the map to refresh everybody, and you see the little one. Should I make it bigger?
Yes, please.
Yes. So this is going along. That's Lawrence Hill. There's to carve off one small piece there of 3 acres, I believe, because this is AR3 technically, and then one at the corner here on Towpath. I have to go de-zoom to show the whole, it even goes up here off of the map, the whole extent of the, 390 acres. Now, because they have previously carved off small pieces like this, it becomes any subdivision that is re-subdivided becomes a major subdivision. Although in the spirit, it may not be a major subdivision. So we asked them to send in a waiver request, which we received here. And they asked to be able, so we still have other elements that need to be done, be it a minor subdivision, which it really is more like a minor subdivision. They asked for a waiver from 125-14, items E, I, and J. Item E would be the tentative layout of the remainder of the tract owned by the subdivider. Well, there isn't really a tentative layout because it's going to remain farming, as you can see, for the 296 acres. I would be proposed open spaces. Proposed open spaces are a qualification of a major subdivision that you need to set off. Open spaces, obviously, they have 290 after this is done acres of open space. And the last one is J, which is plans for future use of any remaining parcels. So you see here, given the remaining lands, it covers 290 acres, and the blah, blah, blahs, respectfully request a waiver for these items. They will continue to farm the land, may want to subdivide off additional parcels as the family grows. So if this happened again, that would once again mean they would have to come and go through this process. This is not abdicating their responsibility that anytime they want to carve something off for the family, they're still going to have to ask for a waiver as to why. Does the board have any opinion if they think this would make sense and would like to grant this waiver for those sections, and then they could proceed with the rest of the sketch plan?
Hey, Maren?
Yes.
I know I'm recused, but it says 3 lot subdivision, isn't it 2?
You call it 3 lot subdivision because it's the same lot. The old lot stays there.
Okay, thank you.
The big piece is still there, and that's a lot. So it is a 3.
I think I don't have any issues granting this waiver request. I think it's a pretty narrow request overall. You know, they're not asking even for a waiver from all of the major subdivision requirements, just these 3 very specific ones that have to do with future plans. So,
I would concur. Anybody else? And
I
agree.
agree.
Yeah,
I
it's right
agree.
there. Everything is there that it's fine. I think it's great. It's a good idea. And they are only asking for 3. And yeah, I think it's good.
So, Mary Lou, we haven't done this before. Do I make a motion to grant the waiver for
Yes,
to admit items E, I, and J from a major subdivision and have them proceed with the other portions of the
yes,
sketch
just,
plan?
yep,
I'll
just
second that
a
motion.
motion to grant a waiver for items E, I, and J of 12514.
All right, so I just said that. Does anybody have a second?
I just
Second.
did. I second.
Okay,
Rick got it.
Rick in there fast. Boom. He's getting tired, guys.
We need buzzers.
Roll call, please, Brianna, for this.
Chair Lindstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Sarofsky,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
All right, so the applicant can proceed with the rest of the elements of the sketch plan. Part of it is the location, which is to be subdivided in relation to the entire tract, existing natural site features. So basically preparing a site plan, but admitting those areas that were requested. And when we get that in, then we will proceed. And on to the next one.
Do you want to just make sure there's nobody on that wants, is the applicant on? Do they have anything they'd like to say?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is the applicant there? Does anybody hear?
I'm here. I'm Dan.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, Dan.
Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. There's
Does that
Heather.
make sense how you go forward with it?
Yes, I've got it, Maren. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Heather. All right. And if you need to go through anything extra, Heather, give us a call, obviously.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is special use permit for lots of plans, lots of stuff for Henry Rich.
Can I unrecuse myself?
You can unrecuse yourself. And Patrick Williams, I can say Williams, good last name, came back into the room at 9:51.
A little easier.
All right, so this is the famous grocery / retail / et cetera in downtown Accord. Since this has been off the docket for a little bit, I think I would like for Mr. Rich to present and refresh everybody what he's doing with the grocery, what he wants to do with the other retail, sort of run through quickly his application.
Sure, my pleasure. Good to see everybody face to face. This is a much easier format to communicate. So our intentions haven't changed since the applications in July and September. We want to do kind of a community-facing neighborhood grocery store, serving foods mostly from the Rondout Valley, having staples, bulk foods. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Otto's in Germantown. One of our partners is the owner of that. So that's kind of the model, except as discussed, we're not going to do any of our own food prep because we don't have the septic for it. And then we asked that the secondary space, the antique store, just be zoned as general retail so that we have the option of putting different types of retail there in the future. Right now, it's just zoned as an antique store. Really happy to have Charlie there. I don't know if any of you know him. He's going to retire in the next year or two. And given that we started this process, whenever we started this process, I thought it might be a good idea just to get a blanket approval for retail, if that's possible. So happy to answer any questions about the interior. anything about the kind of food that we're serving. But it's a really standard issue grocery store, like the High Falls Food Co-op or Otto's. Obviously not as big as Emmanuel's, but we'd be open year round. And the idea is so that people that live around the hamlet, don't need to drive as far to get their groceries. And the other secondary thing that we're trying to do is to revitalize Main Street and kind of have a community space where people can bump into one another. And hopefully other businesses will come back to Main Street when that happens.
I have a quick question on, here you can see the floor plan, which I believe this is still good as your idea for a floor plan.
Yep.
Okay. Is it grocery more on the food lines or also toilet paper and what do you call it, sundries?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of sundries. We're going to have some items, just anything that you need to get through the week. Some general store items, so paper towels, and then maybe some small appliances, so that if you don't want to jump on the highway and you live a walk or a drive away, it's a place for. We're not going to have too many hardware items because there's a lot of great local hardware stores, but a lot of stuff, a lot of home goods, other kind of basic sundries. We want to have a bulk section. We're trying to make this a fairly progressive and sustainable project so that it's going to be carbon neutral, and we're going to try to have a lot of bulk goods and as little kind of plastic packaging as possible.
Rest of the board, any questions on the interior at this juncture?
Not for me.
And the entry is from the parking here down at the bottom, right? That you come in through there, and there will be no entry on the.
The entry is actually in the front of the building.
So it is the front facade that will be the entry.
So yeah.
Let me find. I just want to get this in so everybody is back on the same page. So your entry will be here through the front.
Yeah.
And the side down, I don't know, that's just a service store, utility store for employees?
So the side door, we actually wanted to have an area where people could buy local beer by the bottle. You can, with a grocery convenience store permit, serve beer, but you can't serve anything stronger than that. You can't serve wine, you can't serve liquor. But there's a lot of kind of amazing, craft breweries upstate, and we wanted to, aside from Airwood, obviously, we wanted to serve a lot of the people that are out in Livingston Manor and on the east side of the river too.
So do you need a separate entrance for that? Is that a code thing when you set off the side, or is it because when I look at the door here, I just was a bit confused when I look at this. This door looks like it goes into the.
Yeah, that's on the other side of the building.
There we go. These are the doors that would come in this. So these doors on this side come in from the parking area, and those would be access for customers also, correct or incorrect?
Yes, that will be. That may be kind of an emergency exit. We have a lot of entrances and exits in this building.
Right.
But so actually, where I should point this out, where there's a dotted line right there is where there's currently a pretty broken garage door, and
right.
That's going to be just a regular wall with a transom window over it.
And obviously the one smaller door up in the front, since that goes into the point of sale area, that would be for employees or an emergency exit.
Yeah, that's just an emergency exit. That's near the bathroom.
Right.
That had been open to people using the bathroom that were going to the antique store, but that will no longer be open.
All right, so that takes care of that. Heather, did you sort through the actual what are we need customer area versus storage area, and there were a lot of numbers going around because the quote unquote parking, even though no matter what, we're trying to reduce the parking, was based off of customer area. So this shows 1,000 square feet. Is this correct?
If we were to count everything, including the, not including the storage area behind the stairs, we're at about 1,600, and that's including the space underneath the shelving, underneath the coffee bar area, the point of sale area.
Got it. So that just takes out the storage, and then ditto storage mechanical, and then you did the same thing on, if I can find it.
That we're going to keep at 880 for the retail.
Okay, keep it 880 because you don't know what the storage will be in that.
Right. So we'd rather err a little bit on the high side for that.
Okay.
So do we meet minimum requirement for parking or not?
No, we don't. We just want to know what it would be according to code.
Exactly.
We'll have to grant a variance, but we just want to know exactly what the variance will be.
Right, or we'll have to grant a waiver, not a variance.
Sorry, excuse me, I apologize.
But yes, no matter what, we have to grant a waiver, but it's just to know where you're coming at. So when we write this up and we sort of have dotted our I's and crossed our T's, so to
So
speak.
we're taking as much as possible, but we're not meeting minimum.
We're trying to go underneath the minimum because most of the minimums, whether we go down to 1,000 square feet or are quite a bit larger, our parking is quite expansive, one could say. Sam, could you go? We also had a gateway meeting, which was very helpful with the county. And Sam took the lead on that. So maybe he could read through some of the highlights for the board of what was discussed at the gateway. I'll let you do that.
Sure. So we had a gateway meeting on November 23rd with some people from the county, the applicant, and then some people from the town. It was helpful. We went through sort of what's going on currently. So this is all in the drive too for everyone, but what the existing structures are, the intention to create the grocery store, and then the general retail, like Mr. Rich described, that it's located in a historic district, that there was previously an approval for 11 parking spaces, and that the applicant will be asking for a waiver of some kind, probably, well, definitely about the parking spot sizes, and then also probably about the number of spaces. One of the other things from that discussion is that the planning board is open and supportive of the reuse of these buildings for the downtown revitalization and is willing to grant waivers, but that the planning board has a very strong desire to make sure that the traffic and the parking is safe for not only patrons of the new establishments, but for anyone else just on the street. There's some permits. It looks like the applicant sorted some of this stuff out, but there was some discussion of health department permits and just the permits having to do with water and septic, just because of the density of the area and the location of existing wells and septics. We talked a bit about traffic access and sight lines. Some of that stuff came from the county comments. There was a little bit of discussion of access for deliveries. So the truck deliveries and turnarounds, then also pedestrian access, given the discussion of using the municipal lot across the street as sort of an overflow parking area, whether or not there was a possibility for a mid-block crosswalk. The county says probably not. And then, yeah, parking space size, that was kind of the main thing that was discussed. The town code requires 20 by 10. Old code was 9 by 18. The aisle width now that's required is 22 feet, but that just doesn't, there's just not enough physical space between the existing buildings because of the, the historic nature of the area. So we're just trying to work through all of those constraints to come to a positive result. And then in that meeting, we asked for some of the drawings that have now been submitted about what would it look like with angled parking, and then are there parking alternatives, other than what had already been presented that might increase the safety of the parking, even if it resulted in a few fewer spaces overall. So I think that was the highlights. Oh, there was some visibility stuff too about the landscaping, which has also, I believe, been addressed in what we've gotten from the applicant.
So Sam, the reason it went to a gateway was primarily because of the parking and the size of the aisles. Did you, I don't want to second guess whatever the gateway did because there were enough representatives there. Did you guys agree to something, in which case, if you agree to it, I'm probably good with it, and let's just move this along tonight. Was there an agreement to the number of spots?
Yeah.
We didn't agree on anything. We agreed on them bringing in a bunch of these examples that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. So there were no specific agreements?
No, and sort of, I think what was outlined clearly was that, the applicant wishes to have as much on-site parking as possible because they believe that's what would be most convenient for their customers and most beneficial to the businesses they're trying to have there. And then the town side is like, we want the businesses to be successful, and we recognize that the physical constraints of the site make the parking requirements outlined in the code impossible to meet. But we're not willing, and we're willing to waive some of those requirements, but we're not willing to waive them to the point where we feel that the safety of the parking itself is compromised. So then we agreed that they would submit these angled, just kind of to do a little more creative thinking on both sides, both on our side, like what we'd be willing to accept, given that we'll have to grant some kind of waiver, and then on their side of like what they'd be willing to consider in terms of alternatives. And I was really glad to see the 4 or 5 new options that were presented, because it really made it easier to kind of think about what could happen.
There was one new idea, I think, brought by the county representative, which was because we're tight really between the buildings. We're at 40 feet and 36 feet, but we're less tight between the road and the back of the property. He's like, why don't you just make them all 10 feet wide? He's like, maybe you can't go beyond 18, but it's, there'd be more turning radius. And that was a great idea. And I think that's in a number of the plans that we put forward. But of course, it means that we lose the number of spots goes down. So I think we have one where it used to be 6 spots and 5 spots. That's basically now 5 spots and 4 spots, but significantly more room.
So is this, we got so many of them here, I'm trying to identify, is that the one you're speaking of?
Yep. That's the one.
Option number one.
Yeah. So this is, and was this your preferred one?
Yeah, that's, I think, I think if we've ever been to the co-op, 9 spots is, I don't know, they probably have 16, but, I think at peak times, like maybe there'd be a tiny bit of overflow to the municipal, but the majority of people would be able to just, without having to cross the street, be able to get their groceries and leave. It's not that far off from 11. We'd be really pleased with
So
this.
guys, my difficulty when I look at this on the side, where you do 10 by 18 close to the physical grocery store, and 22 foot driveway, that all works. That 5 there works relatively well. On the other side, where you have an 18-inch entrance and an 18-inch
18 feet.
18 foot. Why do I know? It gets a little tired here. Sorry, Zorian, at the end of the night. Yes, 18-inch with very, very small cars. We're going to take our slot cars and drive them in. people driving in and people driving out without going around the back are going to run into each other. With 4, now if you did perhaps 2 parking spaces there, so there was more room if one person's coming in and one person's going out for people to maneuver side to side, I could see it. But if you really had at a peak time 3 people in there and one person coming in and the 3 were in the front, the cars, somebody is backing into the backyard, somebody is backing out on the road.
Maren, what would you think about, because one of our other concerns that came up was just like the delivery trucks and stuff. What if instead of what if we said that one of these spots could be maybe reserved for loading, unloading, and then had like 2 or 3 kind of regular parking spaces?
I think that's great.
You're talking about south side?
Yeah.
Yeah. So looking at all of this, you'd have 2 or 3 on the next to Baker. Now we're formerly of Baker, where the existing gallery is. You'd have 2 or 3 parking spots for clients, and then 1 reserved for loading, which would be a lot easier of a loading space than where the loading is currently proposed on the other side. But
I'm sorry, I'm jumping. But doesn't description says that the north side for compact cars?
Yes, it does. Actually, it says the whole thing for compact cars.
No, I don't think whole things. I thought only north side.
That's what I read anyway.
No, just for the short side, but we could, I mean, we can fit larger vehicles, especially in the 22, but because of all the conversation that went on at the gateway, we figured it might be more palatable to the board if we limited it to compact cars.
So all the parking spots for compact cars?
Just the north side.
No, just the north side.
Just the north side, yeah, okay.
Yeah, if I could just interject, that's a possibility to, just use that area to the north there as just compact cars. I might want to point out too, I don't know how many people, go into Kingston. There's businesses all over the place in Kingston and, old neighborhoods where they squeezed parking lots behind buildings, which are substantially smaller than this. And cars come in and out of them all the time. I mean, I could think of a couple of lawyer offices that I frequently go to. And I think what happens is when you have a tight situation like this, the drivers are much more careful when they come in and go in because they have this illusion, oh, it's really tight in here, I got to be careful. As compared to, say, a parking lot in Walmart, where the drivers are speeding across those parking lots because there's so much room and they're actually less safe. To my opinion, that, and people, he's probably going to have customers that use this place repeatedly, and they're going to know coming and going is a little tight, and it requires courtesy among drivers, and you'd be surprised that people do that when they know they're in a tight situation.
Well, we could put up
So let's pick the one that the applicant would like and that the board can agree on. It sounds like the applicant likes number 1, and I didn't hear any objections
That's
to
correct.
number 1. Except for Maren's suggestion that number 1 be further modified. Am I correct?
yes,
And what did you recommend that happen to it? And can the applicant live with that? What'd you recommend?
I recommended that, as you remember, the delivery is on, it's not on this map, it's on the other side of the grocery store. And it's very narrow, and the truck will either have to back in as a delivery truck, or will have to go in head first and back out. Technically, we need a waiver for that also, because we do not allow parking where you have to back out onto a roadway. So by changing this thin part on the other side here, you could have 2 parking spaces and an ability for the loading and the trucks to go in and out of there. And with a wider area for them to turn, they could go in, back up, and come out head first onto the road again. and you wouldn't need yet another waiver for backing
So,
on.
so Maren, you're talking about the back two parking spots?
I'm asking for input from the board. What they
But,
think might be.
but what are you describing? Northern section, parking spot number 1N or 4N?
I don't know. What does the board think would be best?
So remind me, please, where's the loading window for the store?
The
Currently, it's on the other side of the grocery store. It's like between the proposed grocery store and the existing residence.
Exactly.
And there's some I mean, it's just again, it's just like a challenging site because it's a historic site, but there's like a power pole and the driveway's narrow. There were some site issues or sight line issues, which have been resolved with adjustments to the landscaping. But it's just kind of a tricky back in or back out situation.
So if you see this, Sorian.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, so grocery store.
The very skinny piece there on the left, that is where the loading is proposed right now. You see it?
Which plan you're looking at? Prefer? Okay, I'm
the
looking
one
at.
up on the screen you should be looking at.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, all right. I remember there was a loading on the driveway between the residence and the main building.
Right.
So the driver would have to basically carry in the cart the goods to that window.
So this is where the loading is right now.
Right.
And right at the bottom, exactly, that's a light pole, makes it very tight to make your turns. So potentially using this over here where they now have, what is it, 4, reducing that maybe in the back. So you have 2 in front and then the back 2 become where the unloading person would go because they could drive their truck in, or the front 2. I don't know. I'm throwing this out there as an idea. They keep it facing the way it is.
Isn't it too far to carry all the stuff?
Say, what are they going to do? Bring it across the lawn? Bring it down to the sidewalk and around?
Yeah.
Well, in the front,
the dolly.
It's not unheard of for delivery drivers to go across a road or a sidewalk, but the deliveries in all likelihood, wouldn't be during business hours. So I have a proposal. We can commit to that, getting the deliveries just in either one of these spots when we wouldn't be open, and restricting ourselves to those hours, because even at 9 spots, we're kind of scraping bottom of what's commercially feasible. For a grocery store the size, we're actually significantly larger than the co-op because we want to have a lot more stuff. We'd be happy to put up signs that, say tight corners, watch, as many as you guys want. I will also say, for context, the size of the parking spots that we're proposing to the right here are 11 by 18. The size of the spots in the municipal town offices are 9 by 17. The post office is 9 by 15. The fire department's 9 by 18. These are going to be the largest parking spots in town on the right. So I know it looks really small in the drawing here, but that's just in context of the historic district. They will literally be the largest parking spots in town. And so I think it's really about safety and the aisle issue. And I understand the delivery issue, and we'd be happy to restrict our deliveries only from vendors who will show up at 7 in the morning, which is what we have to do for restaurants anyway. We don't receive deliveries like mid-service.
So it sounds like what Henry's proposing, that we might have a deal. Go with let the applicant proceed with the one that works for them, with some conditions around the delivery time. Seems to be a nice
delivery time and compact cars only, because I think the biggest concern is the turning around radius, just because there's a block wall.
Right.
How are you planning on thinking of enforcing a compact car only?
You just have signs. It's just people feel ashamed of themselves if they don't.
If you
Really?
come in with your big, if you come
Are
in,
you thinking about the Hurley Mountain in Patrick?
People don't care. They'll take trucks in there.
So
Oh,
Patrick-
There's no enforcement. I mean, there's no
You'll
real
have
way
tra-
to.
You'll have people with trailers and pickups.
RVs. No.
I think the enforcement, it would just be that they'd put it in the site plan and we'd ask them to put up signs
sign.
to that effect.
Yeah.
So I think
And
we got
hope that
Yep.
people, respect it. And if they park there with their 1970s Chevy, they regret it and don't do it again.
Yeah. Parking
I
at
think
your,
we got
parking
it.
at your own risk.
To introduce ourselves, I'm Ryan and this is Emily, and we're partnering with Henry, and Emily is going to volunteer to stand in the parking lot.
That's, I mean,
Sometimes you have to do that.
All day, every day.
So I think we got a deal. The applicant gets the preferred one. He agrees to post small cars only and to have deliveries only on non-business hours. That seems to be a way of making everybody happy, question mark?
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I read
Is that a yes, Surian?
Yeah, yes, but I also want to make additional comment before, so it doesn't fall through the crack. About the trees, there is no need to cut those trees. Maybe only evergreens. I was there. I took a picture to view, to make it, to get out of the parking lot. Look to the right. Maybe evergreens needs to be cut, but trees, the nice trees, they should stay there.
I agree. I don't think they really block the,
Not at all.
I on my father's grave, that is not going to be the problem. It's going to be people running into each other on the right-hand side. But so there are some minutia of. So we'll go with this, and we'll go with sending this to because the bulk of the board agrees to it. I have my hesitations, but I'm overruled.
Actually, I have to agree with you, Mon. I would prefer parking plan 3.
So let's put that up on the board.
Yeah, please put that up. Thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I have a comment. I have a comment about that parking lot.
Let's look at it first. That's number 5, Maren.
I realize that, sweet peas, and they're not in order. And
He's
I have
flipping
to
through.
I have to flip through to find 3. They're all scattered all over.
Uh-oh.
Sort by date.
if you can share my screen, I have it up. I'm not sure how to make that work though.
Right, I think it's faster if I just, there's 1 again. I keep gravitating to 1. We want this, 4. This is like, and you will not get the lottery ticket. There we go.
This is like Monty Python. What door is it behind?
Yeah.
In my opinion, this gives you the size that you're looking for on the right-hand side. I realize that practically nobody is happy with going around the building, but it also eliminates the problem of parking plan number 2, where you're backing up into the street, which just because all the rest of the parking in town is either inadequate or unsafe, I don't see any reason to increase the unsafe or inadequate parking where you're coming and backing into it. This gives you a much better flow.
Okay, can I just speak up for a minute? What this does is it wipes out the septic system. And there's no alternative location for a septic system on this property without putting it unreasonably close to a neighboring well.
Didn't I understand? Barry, I recall seeing a engineering report or somebody's geology report that the ground was sufficient for traffic despite the fact that the septic was there?
Not this site. You have to have, in order to drive over a septic system, you have to have really good subsoils that are fairly deep.
Right.
And I don't believe that exists here. I think there's a lot of rock outcropping that's close to the surface here. And this septic system is just kind of like squeezed in there, and it's functioning now. And you know, fortunately, they're only gonna, I don't know if it's fortunate for them, but for the septic system, it's fortunate they're only gonna have a handful of employees, so the flow will be relatively low. But if you start driving cars over that, that system's gonna fail in no time, and then there's gonna be no location to replace it.
Barry, may I ask?
I am firmly against driving over the septic system.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
generally a bad idea. I understand that.
Barry, may I ask you a question? Is it possible to put a steel plate on top of it?
No, you see, what happens is you need oxygen to get into the air, into the
okay.
soil
Process.
for the bacteria to grow properly. And
Yeah.
so when you pave over top of it, you cut off the oxygen, number one, and then you start compacting the soils so they don't percolate as well. So there's a lot that goes wrong with driving over septic systems. So you have to have really good deep soils that drain well in order to be able to drive over it. Then you have enough separation, you know, to prevent the compactions.
Patrick, about your comments backing up on the street, with plan number 3, one end still have to back up to the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, not really.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, I
one
think
end sort of does.
I think, you know, another takeaway that didn't make it into the notes from the Gateway meeting was just sort of the universal recognition that it's a challenging site. And, you know, if we want there to be businesses that are successful, we have to be willing to make some compromises. And, you know, I think kind of where Rick was taking us a minute ago is sort of right. You know, like it'd be great if we could go around the back, except there's, you know, there's the septic issue, there's the neighbor issue, and they also lose a spot. And it seems like this way with this plan 1, you don't lose a spot. You have one more spot, and you don't have the septic issue, and you don't have the neighbor issue. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think I feel pretty good about it as a sort of an appropriate balancing of the different.
And I mean, I would
Right.
totally agree with that. As you know, my one hesitation is I'd love to get rid of one of the parking spaces there. So just in case someone's going in and out, there's like in the front, the one end, there's an
Like a
empty space
turnaround, yeah.
where someone can pull off and we avoid an accident. So
What
this,
does the
I think,
applicant think about that? I mean, I'm personally like, great, if we take away one spot, it's even safer, but.
We've taken away 2.
Right, I mean, from where we're at, I mean, I'm okay with, I'm just trying to
parking
listen
from
to
one
Maureen's concern, yeah.
because, you know, at this point, we're not doing this to be recalcitrant or jerkheads. It's you who gets sued if somebody runs into each other. It's not the planning board.
If I can just point out with one end, remember that's all continuous asphalt, how Baker has his building on Henry's property. That asphalt continues. So there's actually more room to use. I mean, it's technically not Henry's, but there is room to back out and probably pull forward out of spot 1 end if he was to use that asphalt. That's all the asphalt that's available to be used.
Right, but as you say, I get that, Heather, but it is on somebody else's property. What if your Baker puts up a fence?
We want
By the way, which spot is handicapped?
his building is actually on my property.
1S.
It's on the south
One
side.
S is 1S on the other side
Okay.
with the little speedy handicap parking sign.
Okay.
But this might be, we have the best of a not so great situation, which is what downtown Ag Court is. The applicant went to the Gateway. We all were at the Gateway, came up with some great plans.
Rick, would you say that it's fair to say that we've come to an accord?
That's what Maren would say.
Very good, Sam.
Accord.
To Accord.
Barry, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
As far as the going back to the septic system and the driving over it, isn't 5S basically over the septic system as well to a large
Yeah,
degree?
it is a little bit. We don't know exactly. We didn't uncover the septic system completely. We just have a general idea where it is. So I kind of penciled in a big area. I think some of it is under the parking. We pulled it back, but so you know, it's a little bit of an unknown, but it's definitely back there in that direction.
So going to your point of being a problem as far as compacting the soil and everything, I mean, isn't that spot kind of marginal?
Well, it can be, but it's a very small portion of the area we identified as being for the septic, and the septic, you know, I mean, there's room. I think there's room behind the parking area to accommodate, you know, wastewater for, you know, what they're talking about, 4 or 5 employees. It's not that much water. You know, you're talking about 100 gallons a day or something. So it's I think there's enough room between the parking area and where you see the large rocks out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my other screen.
And quite honestly, I think it's probably just a matter of time before he's going to have to replace what's there. So we would do it within that area. You know, we'd have to dig it up and rebuild it.
And Barry, there's no other area that if you replace that you said there's no really.
You're pushing it closer to the wells,
Yeah.
and they're too close now.
But if you rebuild it, would it be just a hypothetical question? Would it be possible to allow cars going over? I mean, with something.
No, because you need really good deep soils there, and what's going to happen is you're going to hit bedrock. So it's you know, you don't have that ability to dig a system, you know, in the vertical sense.
For what it's worth, the reason that we put the picnic tables back there is we do want this to be a place in town where people can meet and hang out. And it's actually, there's a really old tree there. It's nice. There's some huge rocks. It would be challenging and destructive on multiple fronts to pave that whole area. So everybody's welcome to check it out anytime. It's kind of a nice little.
Yeah, I've actually been there before you actually owned it.
Great.
Having lunch?
All right, guys. So I guess we go forward with, since I'm not getting anybody to bite on my reduction of another parking space on the right-hand side, we go with their plan as it is. And in all honesty, you did write your waiver request. I have to go through all of the things that need waivers here and double check that on the waiver request that Heather and Barry sent, that you've covered all of them. I guess in general, we could say that because it isn't just the parking space numbers, guys, it's the size of the parking, it's backing out onto the road, it's loading and delivery. I mean, I have pages and pages on the parking stuff that we need to hit, and they need to ask for a waiver. So do you think I could go through this with Heather and Barry, make sure we hit all of the waivers that they need exactly, grant them all those waivers they need exactly, type it for seeker, do seeker, put everything together in a big pod and send it off to the agencies next month to everybody that needs to look at it?
I think that'd be great.
I don't think we need any other permits. There are
Barry,
no
it has
other
to be
agencies.
referred to our Historic Preservation Commission. We have to refer it to the county. You know all of this, so they all have to be referred
Right.
to people.
Yeah, the
So
county planning board.
We get the SHPO
Maren?
sign off already. Didn't
Maren?
yes,
We
Mike.
have a letter from SHPO.
I realize that, and SHPO also said we could re-refer. We don't have to go to SHPO, but we need to reorganize. This has got 90 million pages now. We now need to get it together and reorganize it into A, the waivers, B, we need to
The site plans have to be updated with the correct
Right, yeah, we have
parking.
to submit the correct site
you have to do
plan.
the current site plan. So all of that, I think, can come together since we're not debating parking anymore, and we can move forward with all the relevant people that we will need to send it to, whether it is a approving agency or just somebody that it is being referred to.
I think it's good. We started with 16 parking spots and we're now at 9, which is, I think, realistic. So I think it's a win-win and the applicant seems happy. So I think it's a win-win, right? We started with 16 and
I think 11.
11.
11. Okay. So I was only off by 5. I'm a banker who
Pretty
can't
good.
count.
That's only
You're retired.
25%.
Can I ask?
That was
can I-
fake news on my part. Sorry.
Yes,
Can I ask a question?
One more question. We got to go to bed, Zorian.
Yeah, no, me too. Would the site, I think I was asking about in the past as well, would the site plan show kind of a walkway area to municipal parking?
No, there can't be a crosswalk.
Right.
County said no.
The county said no, they wouldn't do it. It's
So
a county.
people will just crossing anywhere they wish?
Yeah, apparently
Unfortunately,
that's safer.
According, it was a bit confusing, but the county was.
There's a job opening for a crossing guard, sorry, if you're
Yeah,
interested.
true.
I got that already, guys. I got
They
that.
got a
Don't worry.
volunteer already, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could re-ask them once again when we submit it. We would like they were very strongly and highly not in favor of having a mid-block crossing. We could throw it in a referral and ask for it, and maybe somebody is having a weak moment, but the odds are they
Creates
come
a
back and they
false
say
sense
no.
of security.
Maybe we can catch them at 11 o'clock at night also and they'll yield. How about that?
Right,
Yeah.
Sam was right. What they said is it creates a false sense of security.
Well.
Okay.
You know, I'm not in transportation, so
I
that's.
just have a quick question.
Maren, what it is they don't like them when they're not at intersections. They don't like mid-block crosswalks.
I know, that's what I just said. It's a
Yeah.
false sense of security. People start crossing all over.
But I was just explaining the reason if it was at an intersection, they would probably be in favor of it.
Right.
No. Just for our hiring planning purposes, does this mean that we're coming back next month and that the public hearing would be in March? Or
Yeah.
would it be in February?
We could set the public hearing, couldn't we?
You think we have enough if we get we'll have some work to do? Is everybody?
Do you want to do any of the work at the workshop meeting?
No, a lot of it is just sort of organizing this with Heather, and Barry, just making sure we've got everything in a nice pack. We got a lot of stuff going on here. We need like the final, we need a sub-rich SUP. It's rich SUP, sub-file, final file. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What I'm thinking of, Maren, is you were saying there's lots of waiver requests. Maybe those waivers could be granted, those that you're willing to grant at the workshop meeting.
Yeah, we could do that, or we could just set it for public hearing and do it all together at the regular meeting.
Right. If you're going to grant all the waivers, I mean, the applicant has to know what they're presenting. If you don't grant a waiver, then they're going to have to change it.
Yeah, you got a very good point. Why don't we try to do that? Do the wavering, run through at the workshop, and
Waive
that
the
way.
waivers?
Pardon?
Waive the waivers.
Because there
Concern is
could be.
that we will waiver on the waivers if we don't.
Exactly.
Because that way we could, if there's one, everybody says, ooh, I didn't know about that one, we don't want to grant it, then they can have time to switch things around. How does everybody feel about setting it for public hearing for?
I'm good with that.
For next time, yeah, but final site plan has to be ready.
We can get you that quick.
We're not that
Yes.
far.
we're
Yeah, it's just
pretty,
changing the park.
We can get
most
that
of the
together.
stuff is done on the site plan. We just need to get the parking on it. That doesn't
Yeah,
take
because they
long.
have lighting, landscaping, that's all done. It's just changing.
Exactly. The interior, we have a little bit of,
Don't take the tree, don't take the tree out.
we're not going to take the trees out. We can put that in a condition of approval.
Guys,
All
taking
right.
the trees out was a part of our submission, and the trees weren't there 15 years ago. So if this is a new condition that's being attached to the application, I mean, we were going to remove the trees. We were going to open up the front of the building. So I'm generally not in favor of cutting down trees, but those are new and have not been there for the majority of this building's nearly 100-year-long history. Is this a deal breaker, the trees?
I don't even know we're all talking about the same trees. I think Zorian was talking about one specific tree by that you weren't originally planning to
No,
take out.
he's talking about the ones in front.
Yeah. So when we kind of switched the main entrance to the building to the front to clear any pedestrian traffic from the parking area, we would like the option to replace that with the landscaping, some other kind of bush, because it does kind of hide the majority of the building.
Right. The idea is to be able to see the facade of the building. And
If you look at old pictures of this building, and there are many in the Rochester Museum, these weren't there.
All right, well, maybe we'll split the difference, but let's not worry about that at this
Okay.
juncture. You keep 2 trees and you cut down 2 trees.
I tell you what,
right
cut
here,
them all.
like
There's nobody more a tree hugger than me. Cut them all down and make a donation to some tree society.
anyway, you need, if we look at the site plan here, a lot of stuff has to be updated, as the loading area is no longer the loading area. It says existing trees to be retained. Now you don't want to be retained. We have to change the parking. So an up-to-date site plan, working through all the waivers, and maybe I'll make a motion to set up a public hearing
At the next meeting, at the February meeting.
at the February meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, abstain. So Henry, to answer your question, we can make it a condition if we felt like it, and that says, yep, your parking's fine, but no, you can't cut your trees down. But we're not at that, crossing that bridge at this juncture. Let's,
Okay.
it's
Okay,
just long enough to get the parking lots, don't start on trees.
After we get the new plans, this has to go to county. Even though we had a gateway meeting, it still has to go to the county planning
Yep, it
board.
still has to go to the county, and it has to be referred for comment to our historical preservation.
So it may end up being a public hearing that starts in February and continues to March, just to let the applicants know that, because before we have the answers, we're not allowed to make a decision, and we can't send it to county until we have the updated plans and the waivers have been granted.
Lauren, if you have the updated plans by your workshop meeting and send it the very next day, the county will probably get it on their agenda, because it'll be 8 days before the meeting. So
Right, but yeah, so they can, but they don't have to, because technically it has to be there 12
correct,
days
but
before the meeting.
we have been having very few applications recently, and Rob has been taking things on a much shorter notice. So.
Yeah, it would be great if they don't have a lot of applications, but we can't count on it.
It sort of doesn't matter, right? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, just so the applicant knows this could easily stay open for a period of time before we get all the commentary back that we need. All right, you're out of here. You have a plan, and we're on to the next one.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, our next one is the Cusack subdivision. As everybody remembers, they sort of pulled back and wanted to have a discussion amongst themselves if they were going to stick with this plan or do a larger lots, or do a natural subdivision, as Anne Marie suggested. They have decided that they want to stay with this format, which, where's my most recent best? That they want to stay with this format. Heather, do you have any, or Barry, do you have anything new or extra to? Nothing much has happened after you pulled it off and then are back again with pretty much the same thing. Is that correct?
We had,
No, other than we just finished our design of the septic and sent it to the health department. We haven't, you know, we just finished that the end of last week, so I didn't send it to the planning board yet. But we have all those site specific details showing the grading, soil erosion, sediment control, and that. So I do have that information I could submit.
Does the planning, any of the other board members have any commentary?
Oh, hold
I
on.
would like to have the proposed conservation area to be a conservation area before we approve this.
Yeah, I spoke with Bill Collier, the applicant's attorney, and he is preparing the conservation easement. And maybe Supervisor Baden can chime in on this a little bit, because he did say, you know, you have to have somebody who oversees it. Sometimes it's the town, sometimes it's some kind of
Land trust?
conservancy group or land trust. And so I told him, go ahead and draft it, and then we can figure that out. But
Mary Lou, my suspicion is the town board would want a land conservancy. I don't think we want to be in the business of holding the rights to a conservation area, because we don't currently have any others that I'm aware of.
what happened with Ventry Farms? Did we take that, or is somebody else over
They
there?
never went through.
Never finished.
They never
Yeah,
finished it?
never
Okay.
I can tell you they're coming back.
Okay.
Yeah. No, they got
All
their
right.
they got their preliminary approval and they never finalized it, and then the approval expired. So
Okay. So I had, you know, I said if he wanted to put the town in as a placeholder, he could do that, but that may change. So Barry and Heather, I guess you guys can shop.
So,
The
yeah,
other comment, I agree with
along
Patrick.
those, oh, sorry.
I agree with Patrick's comment about we need to resolve who's holding the conservation subdivision. The other comments I have, I think have been noted already. We had talked about a SWIP because of the impact of these lots on the wetlands and on the stream. So that would need to be reviewed by our engineering consultant. What's the status of the SWIP? And then there was still a remaining question about the slope of some of the driveways, whether they met code. And I don't think we were capable of determining that either. Can't be over 25%.
They're nowhere near that. They're like
You can't have
10%.
a principal structure on a slope of over 25%. So I think along those lines, Rick, we're at the juncture. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be reviewed on, if you look at our design features, while they did write a letter on some of these, there's a much more robust analysis that needs to go through here. We might need to have the DEC do a wetland survey. There's ACOE. I think this is the juncture where we should have CPL come in, let Liz present how she would go through the plan and say how much escrow they would require, and have them handle this from here, because this is going to need a speedies. It's going to need SWIP. It could be a type 1. There could be a full EIS. There's aspects of seeker that we cannot write and do that we really need someone to do for us. So Liz, are you there still, or did you fall asleep?
Here. No, I didn't. I was being billable. I mean, I'm sitting here, might as well get stuff done, right?
Right.
But I was getting an education on the side, listening to you guys conduct your meetings. So, that was good.
So go through sort of what your approach would be, because you have had a chance to look at this. to some
Okay.
degree.
So, I mean, I think at this point, what I would want to do is do a comprehensive review based on, what's in the code for zoning requirements that pertain to this type of subdivision, subdivision regulations. I would grab a full EAF mapper completed EAF blank and take a look at what's flagged there for environmental features. I see that there's some information that's been submitted. So I would take a full look at what's been submitted per the code and per any seeker concerns. I think I would ask one of our engineers who specializes in grading and SWIP or stormwater to take a look at this. So do an initial comprehensive review, get it back out to the board, and then, come to a meeting and discuss those comments.
So I would like to make a motion that we post escrow and retain CPL for this at this juncture. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstain?
The owner?
So,
I think Suzanne's trying to talk.
hi, Suzanne, yeah?
Yeah, I thought, Barry, you there, and,
Yeah, I'm still here.
Bill Collier would have been here tonight, but he couldn't be here. He had some other business he had to take care of. But Barry, I thought you answered everything that was in the problem, right? That letter that you wrote answered everything of the concerns. I'm not understanding the issue. My problem is that this 30 acres is, we're a not-for-profit, and since 2010, I have been paying taxes because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm treating people for alcohol and drug addiction, and the money that I would get from this land sale, so I was hoping that would help us get this through quicker, would go towards scholarships and helping the people at the villa. But right now, I'm still paying on this 30 acres when I don't have to pay taxes, but we felt that we should. We are a not-for-profit 501c3. So this is adding more expense and more. I just wanted to leave it the way it was into 7 pieces that would bring up people from the city and just sell the land. I didn't believe it was going to be such a big issue. And I wanted the board to help as to what could I do?
Well, unfortunately, we're not a business. We're not McKinsey, we're not Bain, we're not a business consultant on the best way to fund a business. Our only purview is to look at the land use. And we did mention at the beginning that you have other areas that maybe would be easier and quicker to.
I need all that area for my villa. This is excess.
And so unfortunately, due to the land constraints on these lots, the process will have to go forward equitably as it would with any other applicant. And any other applicant and the zoning code, we represent the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community. And while that can be at odds sometimes with the individual property owner, that is how we need to look at these applications. So that is how it will go forward.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
I don't know, is it feasible to separate lot 5 and 6 and approve it?
Only if the applicant comes back with that, goes to Jerry and makes that a new application.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think to Ms. Cusack's point, you know, one of the things that would slow it down is continuing to make changes at this point. Like at this point, we're at a place where if CPL looks at it, gives their comments, then we're just working on, you know, details based on, you know, engineering analysis. Whereas if we're making other types of changes, it would probably, you know, it'd still end up needing that engineering analysis at some point.
And
Well, we've already given the option to just isolate the two
Yep.
the lot
said
5
no.
and 6
And they
go
said no.
forward with that. And that was turned down. So we're back to this juncture.
So you know what, that, you know, we're going to go forward with this as it is because we've given very many options for other alternatives. And the applicant didn't care to do those. So caring to do this comes with constraints. And it could even come to the point where after engineering review that some of the lots cannot be developed as they are. And the approval ends up being for a lesser number of lots. We just don't know. And we need expertise to go through and do this analysis. So we voted and it was agreed upon that we will retain CPL to go through the rest of this analysis as it is at this juncture.
Did you come up with an escrow amount, Mom?
And that was the next thing. You took the words out of my mouth, Speedy Gonzalez. Liz, your escrow amount?
What I discussed with Tim Moot and others here at the office was to do an initial deposit of $6,000. And that would cover a comprehensive review. And that report goes to the board and is copied to the applicant's folks. And hopefully they can, you know, turn around and provide another submittal and we could review that.
Well, I would hope that you would wait until I make the next submission to do the review.
Well, we've already, oh, you mean don't do the review until you add in your septic?
Yes, I mean, the work's pretty much done. I can submit it, you know, at the end of the week. And then
That's fine. We can, well, we still
I'd rather
have,
make it as complete as possible so there
Yep,
wasn't as
yep.
much review.
Yep, you're right. We can wait for that until you get that in. But I would say that they put up the $6,000 of escrow and Liz doesn't start any work until you get your latest.
That seems like a big escrow, you know, if you look at what we're doing here, we're putting all of the sensitive land in a conservation area and say, we're not going to touch it at all. And we're putting houses, which are, you know, 4 of them, which I know, Marion, you seem to dislike, but they're in the open field areas. And the slopes are, you know, substantially less than 25%.
Right.
You know,
it all needs to be reviewed and we're not going to, if you put an escrow of $6,000 up, it doesn't mean that it all gets spent. I mean, Olga has a much smaller project and they put up $4,000 of escrow. So it doesn't mean, it's not like you just bought yourself, I don't know what cost $6,000 or $6,000 something, and you can't return it. The more complete the application is, then maybe the full escrow might not be used, or maybe something could come up and it ends up being more. So
I guess I just would like to interject that the other thing that happens is, all right, so we wait, you know, for the next submittal, and then I do a comprehensive review, issue a memo. I'm assuming the applicant sounds like they would like to keep moving and do another submittal. And if that addresses a lot of the comments, the board may be able to, you know, I would review it again and be able to hopefully, you know, come back to the board after addressing the comments and be able to say, hey, you know, you may be ready to take the following actions or something like that. And I just want to suggest one thing, knowing there are steep slopes here and knowing how easy it is to produce a steep slopes map in CAD, that would be a very useful part of your submittal that you're going to be coming back with. And I think, I don't know offhand the steep slope parameters in the code, but I'm guessing, that a steep slopes map should show areas of 15 to 25% and 25% or greater.
Exactly,
And
Liz.
that could be shown graphically on a map, and I know it's pretty easy to do in CAD.
Yeah, that's no
That would
problem.
help.
We can provide that.
That would be great.
Okay, so I think we're set here. $6,000 of escrow. We voted yes to post escrow, and we voted on it. We'll get the escrow posted, and Barry will fill out some more. It will round out the application with added information, and we'll go on from there. And now we'll go to Verna Gillis.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Would be I don't know, prudent to indicate the applicant how much would take to take conservation area formalization?
I don't understand what you want, Zorian.
Conservation area seems like we don't know who is going to be responsible, how it's going to work. So
that'll be part of a condition that we have to find that out. So that's, as Mary Lou said, that the town, and as Mike said, that the town is not prepared to, because you could have a homeowners association, most normally a land trust type operation, or a town could hold.
Yeah, I understand that, but so how much time would take to figure it out? Who is going to be, who takes ownership?
I don't know. It's their problem. It's the applicant
dealt with
doing it
closer to
right.
approval.
Yeah, that's Zorian. That's a long way away of being a problem.
Right.
That's
Got to
the
get
end.
the review first of worrying about the project itself, and the owner can speak with land conservancy agencies whenever they want to in the process.
Okay.
All we do is have it be a condition of approval that must be a formal conservation easement with a formal land conservancy.
Yeah, and they've already done half the battle for you by demarking the area. So at any time they can go, begin a conversation with somebody else. So.
Okay, I just don't want it to take too long time. Like a dragon feet. It's.
Well,
it's often a condition of the approval too.
Exactly.
We don't even necessarily have to have it before giving a conditional approval should you get to that point.
Okay, so it's going to be conditional. I got it. I see.
Yep,
well,
exactly.
we don't know what it's going to be until we get there.
Okay.
But
also, just one thing that would be helpful, so that I'm, I know the board and the applicant have been working on this for some time. I want to make sure that I have everything that's been submitted. It would be very helpful to have a complete list of everything that's been submitted, so that I can see that I have whatever you've provided.
Liz, you and I and Brianna can go through all that stuff.
Okay, that would be helpful.
I think you have it, but we'll set up a phone call or a Zoom or whatever and go through it. Make sure you have everything.
Liz, not to interject on the 6,000, but is there an amount of that would be less to start the process? Because for not-for-profit, it's going to be difficult for them to come up with $6,000, and to say that you don't start anything until we have all that. I'm just asking from the town's perspective.
I mean, if you want, we start with 4,500 and.
I mean, when the number gets close, when it gets 1,000 away, let me know and we'll up it. But and it stops if they haven't replenished it. But just to make it a little easier on them, I'm just because they're a not-for-profit, it certainly is a different situation than a developer.
Well, and also individual people put up the money also, Mike, at the same, forget the not-for-profit. This was a for-profit before, and now it's a not-for-profit. And we've had individual humans put up of their own capital significant amounts. So I personally would like to, I agree, we can do 4,500 instead, but at some point, the law is supposed to have a blind eye. Because if everybody came with everybody has a story.
I move that we change it to 4,500, and if it gets, if that runs out, then they stop the work, and that we ask that they will notify the applicant if they get,
within $1,000, yeah, that within $1,000 of the 45. So once
We monitor it very carefully in the supervisor's office. As soon as it gets close, we let people know. So
you guys, I would like to remind you also that Wayward Ranch was a not-for-profit and they posted $17,500 worth of escrow. Okay. 17,500.
I have a lot of people that are dying of alcoholism in our own neighborhood around in your backyard, and I'm trying to help these people, and they don't have the money, so that money goes towards them. This truly is a not-for-profit, and there are local neighbors that are dying all over Kingston. I have calls every day, and that's where my money goes to help these people. So I really just was implying all of you to help me. It could be your own children that I could be treating that needs help.
All right, Madam Cusack, it's wonderful what you do, and that's well taken into consideration by the board. We're doing $4,500, and when it's $1,000 away from it, then work stops, and we need a reposting of the
additional escrow.
All right, so let's move on to the next application so we can all get to sleep at some point, which should be quite quick and easy. And this is Verna Gillis and now I forgot who the co-applicants here. I'm sorry. Brian Rosen Warsaw and Megan Poe. So would you like to speak quickly as to?
Yes, they are combined.
Sorry, Heather, that's you.
That would be me. Hi, in case you haven't gotten tired of me yet. Yes, they are. I don't know how it happened. I don't know when the well and the septic were put in for the Rosen, Wurzel, and Poe's land, but it's on Gillis's property, their well and their septic. So what Verna wants to do is convey that land to them so that they have their systems on their property. By doing this got launched into a major subdivision. So I'm leaving it to you guys as to.
Right. So the scoop here for the major subdivision is this was subdivided before, guys. So as you know, any re-subdivision is considered a major subdivision, but we can grant waivers. And clearly, this is really a lot line.
Yeah.
So we tried to give you a lot line, an easy lot line. We tried.
And so, Mary Lou, I would ask you on this. Are we, in asking for a waiver from being a major subdivision, can they say, we would like a waiver of this entirely because this really is a lot line, and then we can just do a lot line if we all say yes?
I would like to say yes, but I don't think you can. I mean, it's defined as a major subdivision.
So do they have to ask for a waiver for each of the elements of major subdivision?
Or whatever ones they don't want to provide, and you can grant them all. you know, you can.
I guess it's like, you know what, Maren, it's like Schoonmaker.
It is.
Well, no, this is
like
worse. No, this is worse than Schoonmaker, because Schoonmaker is still doing a minor
They are actually
subdivision.
creating another lot,
They're actually
right?
doing something, but
And they need to do all the stuff like topo and
flow.
woodlands and whatever. This, they don't need to do any of that. They just need to get rid of a line.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I just put my subdivision?
So yeah, so it's 125-5A, And it says the application for the waiver shall state fully the grounds on which it is made, the specific waiver or modification requested, the suggested alternative standard, and the reason why this alternative standard will achieve comparable protection of health and safety to the standards contained herein. So yeah, maybe that list, like Mary Lou was saying, needs to just include literally just a list of everything in the subdivision code. But maybe Heather, if you write that letter, then you can just have it on file for the future if you get one of these.
Or maybe the zoning committee can change the thing that makes these all major subdivisions.
Well, that's right. That's a legislative problem we can't do.
Right, which we can't do anything about. Hopefully you won't have
But I
to
think-
use that letter more than once. But you could say we asked for waivers from these 47 things
Yeah.
because
This
we're
is
not
clearly a
we're
law.
not forming a new lot. We're not.
Lot line. I mean, I guess, Heather,
I
do
would
you
love
wanna-
to vote yes on that waiver if we got it.
Yeah, I know.
Me too.
I know. Me too. And I don't even get a vote, but I'm sorry.
Here it is.
So I guess, Heather, do you
Just
want to
write,
do
just
like
write it and fax it to us. We'll do it right away.
you want to try a draft of exactly like Sam said?
Sure.
Because this really is a lot line, we really should have a waiver of A through Z7.
Hey, Mary Lou, maybe you can explain to me, because when we wrote the lot line adjustment, it was so we didn't have to make these subdivisions.
You know what? I'm not the one who typed it, so I
No,
don't
I know, but it just doesn't make any.
I think I probably would have said it was a lot line, but again,
Yeah. Okay, well,
Jerry
It's
makes
because it was this goes, right back because it was subdivided before. So it comes
Any
back.
future modifications.
So
Any
you're
future
making a
modification,
different.
to be clear, Mike, any future modification.
can you send me which section of code that is so I can see what we have to fix, so we don't have to do this?
Right,
ever
fix
again?
this for next time.
I've got it bookmarked. Don't you worry, Mike.
Yeah, maybe
Well-
the town board could amend the law at the next meet. Well, no,
That's
you have
what
to have
well,
public
it can't
comment.
happen at the
Yeah.
next meeting, but if somebody can send me the section of code that needs to be amended, I can solve the problem. Right now, I don't know what section of code needs to be amended, so.
Okay, well,
We'll
In the
get it to you,
Meantime,
Mike.
What do we want Heather to do?
and
Write a
exactly.
letter
in the
requesting a
interim,
waiver.
Heather, you can write the letter, if you want to write a draft and send it to me to make sure we cover everything, so next time we can vote on it.
Do we want
And
to do this at the workshop?
I think the workshop is pretty full and busy right
Yeah.
now, because if we give a waiver and I work on the waiver beforehand and make sure we cover everything with Heather, then they could get the whole thing done as a lot line at the next meeting.
Okay.
No,
The only
no, because
substantive.
you're
We're
still
gonna
gonna
go
have to
through
have a
public
public
hearing.
hearing
We still have to have a public hearing.
because it's a
Public
You
hearing.
can
subdivision.
waive a public hearing for a lot. No, never mind.
It's a subdivision.
It's a subdivision. So we'll do that the next meeting in February, and then in March, we'll have resolved the whole thing.
Can we
And then
wait?
in April,
can
Mike will
can we,
change the law.
can we wait a public meeting? No?
And we waive a public hearing, not in a
No.
subdivision, no,
No,
nope.
Heather, on substantively on this map, the only question I had is
Yeah.
why was the line drawn exactly how it was instead of just like cutting straight across? I can show on the screen what I'm talking about. I will.
That
make
is a
up.
good question. I did not meet with Verna myself.
Yeah, like why not just go
You mean
like
from
that?
From the corner to there, I don't know. I could find out for you.
Yeah, because it just would. I don't know. It just like looks a little like it just seemed weird.
It might have something to do with the topography or the parking
Yeah.
or something there. I don't have the aerial on me right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
But I'll.
That was my
it
only
is an odd
question.
thing.
If,
What was the question from corner to corner rather than on a line? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, well, with the lot line that's
It's saying
being,
why not do this? Look on your screen. I just drew a picture
right,
on
see
it.
that?
I'll find out for you. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer. For you.
I don't see it. It's okay.
Exactly, it looks cleaner than looking like a funky hammerhead or something,
Okay.
and just go, but yeah, maybe there's something. All right, So that's it. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye.
Aye. All right. No, no's. We
All in
will-
favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against?
Aye.
Nobody.
Hey, everyone.
See you in 2
everyone.
weeks.
Good night.